Okay, we're going to go ahead and get started. If everyone would like to take your seats. My name is Kerry Keel. I am one of the co-coordinators of this conference, and I want to welcome you to the first and hopefully annual National Symposium on Corrections Total Worker Health. I'm going to skip some formalities and introductions until a little later. I really would like to first give the honor to our Deputy Director of the Oregon Department of Corrections, Mitch Morrow, and let him welcome you to this. If anyone represents corrections, it's Mitch Morrow. Mitch is the heart and soul of corrections like no one I've ever met. And he's the second in command at Oregon. He's risen through the ranks. He's a native Oregonian. He holds a master's degree in business administration and a bachelor's degree in human resource management. He holds multiple certifications, and I know he has close to 30 years in corrections, starting as a CO. You must have started when you were about 8 years old, evidently, Mitch. Yes, 19, okay. Well, again, without any further ado, I want to introduce our Deputy Director of the Oregon DOC, Mitch Morrow.
What an exciting day. What an exciting day. I recently started involving myself in the wellness for the Department of Corrections 31 years too late, quite frankly. But I just got to say, I am so happy this is happening in Oregon. And I first want to start off by saying major thank yous from Governor Kitzhaber and his office, and Director Peters from her office as well. I mean, this is a top priority for both of them, and the fact that this symposium is happening in Oregon, what an exciting time for us as an agency and as a state. And then what happens across the country. I am... You know, you get asked to speak at a lot of things, and you present, and you kind of go up and, you know, you do your whatever you're being asked to do. This is passion for me. This is real. As you heard, I started out as an officer 31 years ago. I went through a training class, but I'm going to tell you what the real training was when I walked into that penitentiary. And by the way, my first 16 years were spent at the Maximum Security Oregon State Penitentiary. Started out as an officer, corporal, sergeant, lieutenant, captain, and then head of security, and then superintendent. So that's where I earned, you know, you earn your bones in some ways, right? That's where you pay your price and you grow up in a system. But here's my, I'm 19 years old. I walk into the penitentiary. You go through this formalized training. Then shift captain walks up to me, and here was his training of the day. Son, don't ever forget that every day is a potential Friday. Now I'm just out of college. I don't know what the heck this guy's talking about. You know, he fits the classic mold of a, you know, prison, you know, shift commander. And I said, boss, what are you talking about? He said, well, today you might die. He says, or tomorrow you might die. Or the next day you might die. So every day is a potential Friday. So always be prepared. Then you're going to hear today, as you walk through some of the studies that have been done about that hypervigilance, it starts day one. And the minute that gate closes to the moment you go home, and after a number of years being acclimated to that, then it's in the restaurant. It's while you're on vacation. Your back's always to the wall. 31 years of doing that, I can tell you I had to find ways to balance that out. I thank God every day for my high school sweetheart and wife of 35 years and our 3 boys, and that's been my balance, and that's kept me grounded for sure, because I don't mess with her. I'll mess with an inmate any day, but I will not mess with her. But it's an incredible... it's an incredible burden to carry, and we've yet to this day, we've not done well finding a solution to manage that. But here's the outcome in Oregon. We have the highest worker comp claims in the state. In 1998, when I became a superintendent, the average annual sick leave of a corrections officer, a corrections employee, or uniformed staff, this is unscheduled leave, was 8 days a year. They accrue 12 days a year. By 2013, that was 17 days a year, more than double. Now, set aside the human side of this equation and just go to the financial side of the equation. There shouldn't be a CFO across the country that wouldn't say, wow, we're throwing away millions upon millions upon millions of dollars of lost efficiency, overtime costs, and the list goes on, let alone medical costs and everything that goes with that. But now jump back to the human side. Alcoholism, divorce rate. Now, I was talking to a group the other day that came to Salem. In an 18-month period, we had 4 staff suicides. That's bullets to the head suicides, right? Now, that's in a community of 4,500 people. Now, if that was cops, firefighters, college professors, you name the group, any group of 4,500, 4 suicides in 18 months, it'd have been in every media outlet across the country. Guess what happened in Oregon with 4 staff suicide in 18 months? It's corrections. Nothing. Absolutely nothing. It's broke, folks. It's broke on multiple levels. Add to that the Hollywood spin on corrections, corrupt wardens, corrupt staff. Add to that the media side of it, where corrections officers too long to spell, so we're just going to use guard. We've been telling them 31 years guard is offensive. Might as well call cops the fuzz, right? But you know, the editorial person in charge of headlines won't change guard because it doesn't use as much ink. And I can go on, and I can go on, and I can go on. But let's get away from all that and talk about what we can do about it. And I can tell you we are extremely excited about what the work of PSU and OHSU. And we are so grateful to doctors Carrie Keel, Leslie Hammer, and Charlotte Fritz. These people are doing some incredible work for the Department of Corrections. The early results are really putting out a clear picture of what's not working and the steps that we need to take, not only as an agency, but as a country, for people that walk, in my opinion, the toughest beat in public safety. There is no doubt in my mind it's the toughest beat in public safety. And so I'm excited about what this symposium is going to do for our employees, what it's, again, going to do for the organization as a whole, and what it's going to do for the state on the financial side if we get it right. And it's really important that we don't forget the families of these people as well, because if they're damaged, then the damage goes into the community through their families. So it just continues to compound itself over and over again. And I'll frame it up. We've tried on multiple occasions to get this right, and you're going to flash a card when and by the way, I promised Dr. Keel I wouldn't swear this morning, so I want you to know I have a tendency to get a little excited, so yeah, all right. Yeah, thank you, you're welcome. So here's how we try to do it, and we're not good at it. So again, these are personal experiences. This is 96. There's an execution at the Oregon State Penitentiary. I'm head of security. I'm preparing the institution. We have an execution team. We go through the process. No reason to get any of the detail around that. We start at midnight, so you're already late in the night, you know, and things are happening at a weird time and weird hour. The execution is completed, and we move on beyond that. And my last job of the night is to unplug all the hoses and bag the body. So here I am down in our Supermax execution chamber, state police and myself, one state police officer and myself. He fingerprints, he leaves. I start pulling the tubes, throw the tubes in the bag, zip up the body bag. Now here's something you need to understand. As a sergeant in segregation, it's what we typically call the hole if you work inside of an institution. I actually worked with these two guys that we executed in 96 and 97. So there was a rapport that I had that was way beyond anybody else that was involved in this process, right? That's why in some systems they actually move the inmates to a different institution and then move them to another location for the execution. Well, that wasn't the case back in 96, 97. It really was the Oregon State Penitentiary, so they lived there. So I'm bagging the body. I get all done. We zip it up. We put it on a gurney. We hand it over to the funeral home. And then I walk down through the penitentiary. Again, now it's 1 a.m., something like that. And I'm going through the penitentiary, and I get down to this conference room and open the door. And in the conference room was the director, assistant director, superintendent. I think there was one other official, myself, and then a clinical psychologist. And so they had a little circle, like we're kind of sitting here. And I came out. I was the last one there because I had to do what I had to do. And I sit down, and the psychologist says, "So, how's everybody doing?" Now, I said, "Can I go home and go to bed? Because I'm kind of done." And do you think for a moment I'm going to express anything in front of my 5 bosses or 4 bosses at that moment? See, that's how we try to do it, right? We try to put it out there and walk through a process of care. And I'm not saying anybody did anything for the wrong reason. We just keep getting it wrong. See, our staff, let's go to our uniform staff, they're certified. You need to understand they have a certification they have to protect. So when you tell them to go get help, they're going to say, "Where?" Because if I say too much, I lose my job, right? And if I live in these small communities, so Oregon has prisons in small communities across the state, you're going to walk in through our EAP program, right? You all know what EAP programs are, and you walk in and you see a counselor. Well, then you leave that EAP interaction, and you've just said that you're kind of suicidal or you have an alcohol problem, And then you see that person in church, or your kids go to school with their kids, right? Or you see them at the county fair or whatever, because you're in so guess what our staff aren't going to do? It's not going to happen. So we haven't got that right either. We don't have a professional, I don't know what the technical term is, but when a professional person gets in trouble, lawyer, doctor, they have places they can go to where the confidentiality is maintained. They don't lose their license or their bar card, right? And they can, guess what corrections has? Nothing. And guess what we all are? We're mandatory reporters. And so if somebody walks in my office and says I have a cocaine addiction, guess what my obligation is at that point? It's a mandatory report. So now their certification's in trouble. We have to find a way to get through this. We have to find a way to get past these barriers, or our people will continue to suffer, and we'll continue to have the suicides and the alcoholism and the high divorce rate and all the other things that go with people trying to medicate and care for themselves. So I am absolutely, I don't even know what word I could use to describe what you folks are going to be doing here, and that you're here today, and what OHSU and PSU is doing, because the outcome of that is saving lives. The outcome, and it's simple things, really. I mean, what the beauty of what we've gotten early on is that there are simple things that can be done that make a difference. But here's what you always have to be cautious of. I'm not going to, when I was, so just to give another snapshot of myself, I was on what we call our tactical team, is the SWAT team in other organizations. I was on that team for 8 years. I was a member of the team for probably 5 to 6, and then the commander for the last 2 or 3. And do you think any of those people were going to show weakness? It was not going to happen. They weren't going to show weakness to their shift commander. They weren't going to show weakness to me. I wasn't going to show weakness, because we might be putting a weapon in your hand to go rescue a hostage. So you have nowhere to go to deal with whatever stress you're trying to handle. And I'm as guilty as the rest. I'm going to tell you, we had a hostage situation. I'm a deputy director. I'm in my current capacity. We had a hostage situation at the penitentiary. I saw the commander, just had a chance to catch the commander 3 minutes before they were going in. And I grabbed him by the collar. And here were my words of wisdom to the commander of our SWAT team. Pick the best shot and make sure the kill shot is effective. Get our officer out of there. Right? Now, do you think I followed up after that? I never followed up after that. We got them both out, by the way. We got them both out, but I never followed up. Imagine the pressure I put on that commander. And imagine the pressure that commander put on whoever he was going to go say, hey, the boss just said, if you're going to fire a kill shot, make sure it's effective. My mind was telling me protect the officer. At all costs, get that officer out of there. What I forgot to do is go follow up with that commander and that team afterwards, knowing that I put them in a position where they might have to take a life. Having had to be, I came that close to doing that myself, finger on the trigger. The inmate decided he didn't want to die that night, so I didn't have to pull the trigger. One of the greatest things in my career was never having to pull the trigger. No follow-up. We had a meeting the other day, and am I getting close? So you tell me if I'm, okay. See, I can go forever. One last piece, and this is something to keep in mind as you walk through this. And I thought it came up in our meeting the other day, and I thought it was really a powerful statement. What is a successful day in corrections? How do we define success? And so the individual, I think, brought up the execution. I said, well, the execution was successful. He says, well, is that a successful day? You get out alive. Is that a successful day? What does success mean? And that's the standard we've placed on people in corrections is unbelievable. And we live by the 95-5 rule. 95% of the time routine, 5% sheer terror. So we're always preparing for the sheer terror. That's the hypervigilance. And lastly, then, the rule of 3. By the way, these are non-scientific metrics. The rule of 3. Homicide, suicide, and a staff just got assaulted. Okay, that's 3. Everything comes in 3s. Now we can take a break. That's how we prepare ourselves for the next 3. Right? So there's the rule of 3 and there's a 95-5 standard. None of them work. And there's no science behind either one of those. But we try to find a way to get ourselves through this process. Again, so I'll end this. Thank you. Because without you, this conversation doesn't go on. Without you, we don't get to a better place. And without you, we don't save our staff. So I appreciate you being here. Thank you for inviting me up. Please go after this with all the venom and vigor that you can muster, because we need your help very much. Thank you very much.
Okay, that's a way to jumpstart us. As you can see, the heart and soul of DOC, Mitch is so passionate, and it's wonderful to be working with someone who understands the profession so well and can partner with us. I'd like to do After that welcome, I just want to do a little bit of house cleaning for the meeting today and set the agenda. First, so again, I'm Kerry Keel. I'm one of the co-directors of this conference along with Dr. Cherniak, and I'll introduce Dr. Cherniak. I think we brought together some of the best scientists and the best industry and labor and management. We have a diverse group here this is a very rich group, and I am so looking forward to the conversation today. What we really hope to do is present some topics to this group, sort of tee up the conversation if you're golfers, if you're a golfer. But really, it's to present some cutting-edge research and sort of set the stage for what we hope will be a future direction of research and what are the needs that need to take place. I want to recognize our sponsors for this meeting. Notice there was no cost to attend this meeting, which is amazing. Thank you to our sponsors, which one? Dr. Steve Shea, if you could stand. Steve is the new director of the Oregon Institute of Occupational Health Sciences, and Dr. Shea is the leader of really the total worker health in Oregon. So thank you, Steve, for your sponsorship and support. I'd like to recognize the director of the Total Worker Health Center, Ken Anger, Dr. Anger. And they're contributing in a big way for the support of bringing our speakers and food, and so thank you for that, Ken. The Yukon group, again, if everyone from the Total Worker Health Center from Yukon can stand, along with Dr. Cherniak, everyone. Awesome. Everyone from NIOSH. NIOSH is the National Institute of Occupational Safety and Health, who fund our Total Worker Health Center, which you're going to learn what total worker health means today. But there's only 4 centers, the Total Worker Health Centers in the United States. And NIOSH has funded Harvard, the New England group, Iowa, and us. And Oregon, thanks to Dr. Anger and his team, and I'm one of them, along with Dr. Leslie Hammer. Dr. Hammer is the co-director, wrote this incredible grant. We got funded, so we are one of 4 sites in the country. So I would like the NIOSH, those that fund us, and also that will be presenting today, the NIOSH group stand. The NIOSH from Cincinnati and from Morgantown, Pennsylvania. I would like to recognize a leader in research who we're honored to have here, Dr. John Violante. Dr. B. Cops has the longest law enforcement study, and great to have you here, John. Look forward to your presentation. Dr. Vila, Brian Vila, is a good friend and sleep expert. Dr. Vila from Washington State University will be presenting today. You guys, Paula, you rose. Dr. Charlotte Fritz. Charlotte is the co-director of this conference and, again, leading researcher. Margaret Braun is Margaret's the research coordinator, formerly at Oregon DOC and now with the OYA. Okay? And again, industry, thank you, Union Labor Management. We look forward to a great day. What we're going to do is, if you have any questions, Carol and Adriana are sort of our project coordinators. They'll direct you. Refreshments here. We're going to let the speakers go and then allow about 5 to 10 minutes for questions. So we won't ask questions during the presentation, but at the end, we'll allow 5 to 10 minutes for questions, and we'll have a mic. So to our national audience, this is a live stream, so participants are following both the speakers as well as the slides, but they will not have the opportunity to have interaction. So it's not a web conference, but it's a live stream. Okay? So again, we're going to start with Dr. Martin Cherniak, and I'd like, Martin, if you'd like to come up. Dr. Cherniak is an occupational physician for a few years. 30? Yes. Again, started when he was 12. But has spent a lot of time both as a teacher, research clinician, and has spent years at NIOSH. Most importantly, he's a leading researcher in corrections. So again, we're honored to co-partner with Dr. Cherniak and his group, and he's going to give sort of the overview and summary, sort of state of the union of corrections. Thank you, Dr. Cherniak.
Well, I'm pleased to be here, and I can't see the national group, and unfortunately this is not an interactive webcast, so you're just going to have to listen. I have the advantage of having been involved with Carrie and Maz Nogahiri, who's here from UConn as well, and doing the planning, and we can see how all of this fits together. And I'm pretty confident within 2 or 3 hours, everyone here is going to see how all of this fits together. But I am going to spend a little bit of time going through some of these logos, only because probably the terms and the names come up, and then, once you've identified the function, you can forget it. But just to give a little bit of sense of how some of this came about, and then I want to get into a bulk of very short talk. A number of us are part of what's called CPH News, Center for Promotion of Health in the New England Workplace. It was one of the original Total Worker Health Centers, and as you can see in the title, it says Total Worker Health. And it's not because we're discriminating against National Institute of Justice or NIH or any other function, but the National Institute for Occupational Safety and Health took a very progressive and an advanced role about 10 years ago in trying to promote research and interventions which would combine health promotion, health protection, chronic disease management with more traditional workplace organization, occupational health, physical hazards, and so forth. And it turned out, in our case, and actually in the case of Oregon, we have 2 of the 4 national centers here, as what was said, we got involved with corrections. And the involvement in Connecticut and I'll say Massachusetts, because CPH New is a joint activity. You've actually got the experience here in Oregon with Portland State and Oregon Health Sciences Universities. This is no surprise. We have a little bit more geographic separation, but between Connecticut and Massachusetts, we've had a very close working relationship with UMass Lowell, University of Connecticut's Health Center, and the university. So we're also a consortium. And actually, this whole meeting, in many ways, is about consortia, because I think what's going to become clear, and certainly we can see the outlines, that if we think of this room and who's listening, we have professionals, we've got administrators, we've got labor and management professionals, we have university professionals. We've got people who've been active in the field in sort of outreach and teaching, and we've got federal institutions, both intramurally, by intramurally I mean doing their own internal projects and also funding external projects at universities and other groups. And I think all of us realize that for these types of integrated activities, broad activities, to really succeed, we have to really marshal our resources and work very commonly across grounds. And actually, it's happening right now. And this is interesting, one of the areas where it seems to be happening most prominently. Now we got involved with corrections, I'll just say, not out of intent. It was essentially a challenge. And I've got colleagues from Connecticut here, and they may remember some of the beginning. It was a challenge, actually, from in Connecticut we have a supervisors union, captain and lieutenants, and they basically said, look, you're interested in this, then it was called work life, total worker health, integrating work and health. You could do it in a state agency. You could go to brown bags, you could give people pedometers, you could have nice meetings and surveys. But why don't you take on something that's real, difficult, not so easy, with their real needs? And it took us about a year because we didn't know corrections, and before we decided we could go ahead. So, and it's been, and I think some of you may have the same experience. We've actually found, despite all the barriers and cultural issues, that we're doing better and finding much more effectiveness working in corrections than we are in the private sector and large companies. Everyone will say corrections is so much more difficult, and the culture is difficult, and you have all these barriers. But actually, we see much more interest, willingness, and continuity between management and workforce. Sometimes when you're in the private sector and you're dealing with global corporations, you get the sense that people believe there's a fundamental difference in the genetic pool of who works and who manages, and the two can never cross. And there's this line of sort of intellect and background that you can never traverse, and that's clearly not the case here. There's an overarching culture and set of interests. So I use this term for, this is my 95-5 intervention, integration, participatory action. I don't think this will have a life beyond the slide. But the idea is that the research which we need to do as academic professionals at this stage is really intervention research, which is different than a lot of the observational work that's been done in the past. We have to be ready to act and to measure how effective it is in terms of our programs and activities. The integration is something people struggle with. It's a little more obvious in some ways in corrections, where there are so many life issues that come out. Work and home is a much clearer overlap than it is in a lot of other areas of work. You also have a work situation which is in many ways very fixed and not so flexible. So the challenges are there. I think sometimes the concept of integration, why would you do health promotion, exercise, diet, smoking cessation, and talk about work or work organization? Why are they on the same page? It's an issue we struggle with very much. NIOSH struggles with very much with total worker health. Oddly, in corrections, it's clearer, and it makes intuitive sense to people. So I want to talk a little bit about what I see as our goals today, and really trying to, I have to lay out the goals. I have to say something at the end of the day in terms of what happens. So please bear some sympathy in mind for that. But I think what we would like to do is, the one thing I want to say about this is this is not something out of the blue. This is not going to be a meeting about what do we do next, or how do we start, I should say, because there's already a lot of there's a good deal of maturity in terms of starting. And one of the things that I think we see as our goals here is we really want to move on what's a shared understanding and broaden it into a national community. And again, take the total worker health approach and integrate it, introduce it to corrections. It's already happening. And in a lot of ways, the way this meeting came about is a good representation. We've done some work with our colleagues in Oregon in terms of some common surveys, and we realized we had common projects. And we realized we had a common funding agency, which was NIOSH. And we realized we had some commonality in the programs we were trying and adapting. And this was all happening on its own. And then Mazen put a lot of effort into this in the fall and the winter. We had a meeting, we had a work stress and health meeting where there was an informal discussion about this. And then we kind of really put out a call to professionals, academics, people in corrections, the federal institutes, and said, is there a common interest, and should we do something next? Now, this meeting is a result of that, but there was a common interest. This was not and I want to thank everyone who participated in putting this on, because this is a voluntary effort. This is, this is pay your own way. Invite them, let them show their credit cards and show up. And it's been remarkably effective, which is to say that this is a very good chance that this will really evolve, because it's kind of hit all the right notes. Some of the things we want to be discussing today and thinking about is our next steps. We don't want to do a summary paper or an article just to have it in a journal. We really would like this to be the equivalent of kind of a stakeholders meeting, so that we can go to the federal institutes and say, this is the work agenda, this is what we'd like to see, this is the work we think should be done, and these are some of the approaches. We have to think about how to do it at this meeting, but certainly the preliminaries are that we have the basis for a consortium which can operate nationally. We've done it, on a dime. but the motivations are very strong, and the collaborations between, again, corrections professionals, economic professionals, Federal Institute and health professionals are all there. And it's really a question of the next format. I think if we just have a meeting every year and we show up, this is going to be a failure, and I'm pretty confident that's not going to happen, that there's going to be considerably more. And then I think we have to talk about what kind of work we think should be done. Should it be individual projects, state-based, multi-center? Those are all things that are open discussion. And what I think is, it's an interesting thing in academia. You're always in some competition with your colleagues because funds are always limited. But I think we also have a strong reason and a motivation to work as colleagues, and that's been what's really been dominating so far. So I want to just say that hazardous duty research has a basis to it. And John Violanti was identified. Probably most of you know his work in BCOPS, looking at cardiovascular disease, stress, in police. As the group has moved, there's been work with NIOSH in this regard, and they've been doing work transitioned in the same way we all are to interventions and prevention, but also working now with corrections. And what I want to say about this work and why it's a good example and why I think it's been very influential in terms of many investigators in the field is that the Buffalo group has really reached out over a wide variety of cross-disciplinary professionals in many different areas, everything from basic pathophysiology to work stress, post-traumatic stress, work psychology, cardiovascular physiology. And it's a good example of the kind of cross-disciplinary collaboration that can be done with a fair amount of interest, enthusiasm, a good cohort, and good leadership, and good scientific leadership. And I think that's the we don't need to go looking for examples of what's an effective approach. We've got some very good ones. Carrie Kale had talked a bit about flame, and I want to mention that because there's been some excellent work done in firefighters in Massachusetts and particularly here in Oregon. And these are intervention programs. Interestingly, the common themes are a good deal of prevention and very team-based. And that, I think, is kind of central, that I think for intention and accident or discovery, many of these activities in hazardous duty services have really merged towards a participatory team-based design rather than a top-down administrative design. We often are dealing in a milieu where there have been many top-down solutions and programs, and it's not that the ideas or the interventions are wrong. The interventions actually are probably pretty much the same no matter where they come from, but we haven't had many new ideas. But we do have new ways of introducing things, setting them up, and evaluating them. And then I want to say in our own experience, which is more recent in New England, we've been working on participatory forms, really on the process of working kind of from the officer level up. And I just want to say a few things generally about the field, and some of this is not going to surprise you. But some of the things which we've seen observationally and others have described, that the adverse health patterns which are remarkable in corrections and exceed national norms appear very early in employment. In fact, one of the projects we have, half of our project is a program for mentoring of new recruits, which the COs are actually directing. But it's because the adverse health patterns appear so early. There's been a lot of interest in the deaths and suicides, again, not much characterized. And we have this whole issue about cardiovascular disease risk and this juxtaposition of inactivity and intense activity. And we know that these are hazards from other industries. We know it's true in police work and firefighting and long-distance truck driving, where you've got people who are sedentary and then you've got sudden action. And then the ways that you need to keep yourself alert. So this is... I didn't have a lot of data, but I just wanted to present this because it tells you a little bit about the cohorts we're looking at in Connecticut. Now, we've been, as well as interventions, we've been making observations. And just to explain this slide, the blue is pre-hypertension in the corrections groups we've been studying. The green is hypertension. And the red, brown, and the purple are the national norms. And what you can see is that before the age of 35, we're seeing levels of hypertension and pre-hypertension which vastly exceed national norms. And what's interesting about it is it presents so early and it doesn't changed so much. So if we look at national norms, what we see is that hypertension is an age-related incline. And in fact, that's actually changing a lot of the guidelines about management of hypertension. Some of it's seen as an age phenomena rather than necessarily a pure disease. But there's something going on very different in corrections, which is this very early presentation which stays there. Now, this is just some longitudinal work, and I think it maybe presents some of the problems. So this is some data from a cohort from 2018, another cross-section in 2013, and on the far right, people who've been followed for 6 years now. And I think what you see here is really interesting, presenting also some of the limitations of health promotion and also some of the challenges of the work. So if we look at things like BMI, compartmental body fat, as we're measuring, we see that these are actually pretty stable. And in fact, in some ways, you can even argue on an age basis with people who've been engaged in the project for some time, it's even a bit better. But then when we look at high blood pressure, and this would also be true for binge drinking and stress measures, they've been going up. And we can speculate on all kinds of reasons why they're going up. We know that there's been budget cuts every year. We know that there are significant staffing limitations. We know that the inmate population is larger. We know in our state anyways, it's very hard to hire new officers. It's much easier to extend overtime because there's all these state restrictions. As soon as a governor would propose that we expand the workforce, there's going to be retribution from the public media. And so we have all these issues, and I think what we also see is that we can't just pick out isolated health promotion issues and say you're going to lose weight. I mean, we do have weight loss programs. They work very well. They work very well in this group. There's no smoking in prison, so no, we do find that people are actually doing a lot of chewing tobacco, but that's a different story. But we've got these really basic patterns, and they're very much tied into each other. There's no one single issue. In fact, people understand that they're interrelated. So I wanted to talk about just a few concepts, and then I'm going to finish up here. Some of the things which we kind of realize in terms of integration. One is that, again, this division of personal life and work life is just not sensible or useful. And many people realize, the idea that you stop on the way before you get home, and that's the way it's supposed to be, doesn't work. It comes out in a variety of different ways. And the other thing, I wanted to say something about return on investment and productivity. It's not, I don't mean in the statement that we can't do it, and it's not important and a driver that there are significant injuries and costs, and both group health and workers' compensation expenses. But I also think the issue we really need to stress is this is not a productivity issue which we're going to measure in terms of more inmates per officer or lower pay for officers, or farming this out to a private company that's going to be able to do all of this with far better handling of inmates versus staff. This is really the fundamental issue has to be about work and disease and prevention and health. And as much as we're trying to have cost control, we have to make this foremost. And I think we have to do this with the entire workforce. Corrections is just a little more salient. But we can't take the argument that if you can't justify this in the crassest short-term units, then you haven't shown ROI. We're talking about quality of work and quality of life and people's survival. And I think what we've also seen in a lot of research in this area is some things sort of take care of themselves. If you can make some changes and interventions, a lot of things change. But they're incremental, and they need to be piece by piece. There are some things that are very limiting. I mean, we know the budget and staffing are highly confined. This is an area of work where life cycle change and research doesn't fit in. We don't really have an older workforce component in corrections. People retire, and so the kind of adjustments that we have are there, but they're not in the same way that they are when we're in manufacturing and we find our average age in New England maybe at 60. It's very important with corrections workforces that benefits are protected, and that's almost always going to be the first question, that health benefits, retirement benefits, pay benefits, things that are one or earned are going to be preserved. And also the fundamental nature which for those of us who are not directly involved, sometimes forget the importance of security is always being the first priority, and that's always going to trump, and that's always going to be a consideration. Some of the things that are characteristic and also strengths, there's high level of unionization, and labor organizations have been strong advocates in our experience. That also means there's an experience with the quality life, health committees, safety committees, emergency events types of committees, crisis committees. There's a fairly large experience with different kinds of team and voluntary action, and that can be worked with. And also, really, Mitch Morrow made the point very well. We see an officer to supervisor continuum. I mean, yes, there's hierarchy, there's rank, there's reporting, there's discipline, but there's a common stream, and that ends up being quite central. In Connecticut, we've been trying to make use of a participatory process, which for some of you here who are going to take part in the workshops we're going to work through. This is just to give you an idea of, this is in print, fortunately, so we don't have to talk it all through, but the way we've been doing our participatory intervention projects, one of the major areas, we're comparing a labor management approach called Kaizen to a pure participatory officer-led program called a design team. But at every stage, what we found is we had to put a great deal of effort into what we call a study-wide steering committee, which is an oversight group that ultimately represents labor and management and has final decisions, but has to work interactively with the design teams and the Kaizen teams. And finally, you can see we also do something else, which is that as much as we'd like to think that everything can be done internally, it can't. So when we're trying to work in the state level, we have to bring in other parts of the state. They're not involved directly in the study teams, but they are involved as a committee. So if we need special budgeting and we don't want to go through a 2-year capital cycle and so forth, we can go to our administrative services and get a large promise of funds that can be spent, a small portion of which actually will be invested, but nevertheless, it's there. So these are the structures we follow. Not everyone has to follow these. We can talk about them in detail at a later point. And we're going to go through an exercise this afternoon. I know people on the webcast are not going to be able to take part, but this is on what we call the IDEA scorecard, which we've developed both in corrections and for general industry and public sector. And this is a, can I say, a 7-step program without giving up, conceding too much. But this is an interactive program which we've been finding has worked extremely well. We've been looking, for example, at issues such as inter-officer civility, indoor air quality. We're looking at health and nutrition right now. And it's a way of kind of organizing, a ground-level group to be sort of organizing its activities through a strategic process, which is not going to be unfamiliar to people. These have been used in management in different ways, but we've tried to develop an approach that can be used by a workforce itself. And we'll provide material. This is all in the public domain. And CPHNU has put all of these materials, workshops, toolkits, scripts, scenarios, surveys that can be done by a workforce itself. They're all in the public domain. We'll give the websites, and we'll hope that they get used and people find them useful. And finally, just the last slide, I want to just talk about the key concepts. Some things just we have to keep in mind throughout all of this. The physical and mental health norms of corrections workers are below national levels. This process of constant sedentary vigilance, shift work, extended hours, episodic reaction, stress, sleep, chronic musculoskeletal injury, social and family relations, these are all, they're not all, each one is not unique to corrections, but in combination, they're very specific and unique to corrections. We note that and everyone in corrections knows that the organizational culture is a tough nut, and it takes time, and it's not something you change in a 6-week intervention program. The environment in many ways makes the so-called culture of health inconceivable. This is not Google, I mean, that's all I can say. I mean, and we know in this particular time period, we have to be thinking about approaches, and this is more for the investigators, that are always intervention-based. And we have to, and part of what we'll talk about today is the ways that we can assess the success of our interventions, because it's a different metric in some parts than what we usually use. I think many people here, whether we call it team-based or participatory action research, have a very strong sense that this is an area where team-based approaches, peer-based approaches, participatory approaches work extremely well, and people take to it. The other thing is, mental health and suicides haunt corrections. They're not necessarily publicly recognized, but they are internally recognized to a remarkable extent. And there are some very good programs that have been developed in states and locally. We also, I think the general theme here is that corrections is kind of where police and fire maybe was a decade or two ago. That there hasn't been the same attention, but this is really kind of we're at this point in the last several years where our effort is to force this agenda. And as you know, you can't raise the question of why isn't this done. You simply have to set the pattern and do it, and then it gets done. And this is it. This is where this is the basis. One thing we also see is that there is this overlap in the values of labor and management. Despite all the contesting, fighting, arguing, finger pointing, there is a fundamental overlap and a shared interest. And then the last thing I just want to say is that this is not square one. This is not a meeting where we have to get together and say, what do we do next? We have this problem, how do we solve it? There's extremely, some very good work being done right now nationally involving officers, administrators, academics, federal sector. We were struck, I think all of us, with the fact that the work was there's some very effective work being done. We have to translate this into an effective agenda and a collaborative agenda which will be supported, publicized, financed, promoted, and advanced in terms of our collaborative efforts. But we don't have to invent something. There's been a lot of work that's been done through the invention process. So I'm done making the introduction. Hopefully I've covered this. I think today's discussions, I have the advantage of having seen all the slides. They're all going to fit. And I think this is a working meeting, and it's a delight to be here. Thank you.
There's going to be a lot of time for sharing and questions. Do you have any specific questions on overview summary of Dr. Cherniak right now?
Just one on the Martin, on this HTEC 2 participatory process. Is there a site or a place we can get a copy of that at least?
Yes.
I'd like.
Yeah, I'm glad you asked today. Because we just got the current website up yesterday.
Yeah.
And I'm really glad we didn't meet yesterday.
So can we post that for
We'll make sure that's
all
available.
participants?
Yeah. Somebody will tell us where to post that.
Thank you. A couple people I didn't recognize early. Dr. Mary Storr from Washington State University. Mary, thank you for, I haven't met you personally yet, so great, and be presenting this afternoon. And Dr. Marie Garcia from the National Institutes of Justice, who I will be introducing as our second keynote here in just a few minutes. And again, and Dr. Leslie Hammer, who's the co-director of our Total Worker Health Center. Leslie, thanks. Safe travels back from Israel. So the next speaker, we're going to do two keynote speakers. They each have a half hour, so we will be taking a break at 10:15. A good 15-minute break. You can walk around, get outside, get some exercise. But this is a working meeting, so please don't feel like you're trapped in your seat. Get up, during, get drinks, whatever, okay? Bathroom. So this is a working meeting. No one needs to sit and stay if you don't like to talk. But the next speaker, you can't get up for. Dr. Margaret Kitt is, the essence of speak softly and carry a big stick, that's Dr. Margaret Kitt. She's the second in command at NIOSH. She's the deputy director of the National Institute of Occupational Safety and Health. I am really happy with my life. I like my life. I like what I do. I thought I have a pretty cool life, and I didn't think there was anyone that I'd rather be, except last night I realized I'd rather be Margaret Kitt. For this reason. When I was going into medical school, and money was an object, and I was looking at the military to help out, and I thought, okay, I've always wanted to be a flight surgeon. I like going fast. I like circus rides that make you crazy. The faster, the better. So I really did think I wanted to go and be a flight surgeon because I wanted to fly. And really, when it came down to it, I was married, had a baby at the time. Commitment to military. There were some other issues, so I gave up that dream and pursued another passion. But last night I learned that Margaret Kitt was a flight surgeon, is a flight surgeon. She's an occupational physician. She flew jets. She flies jets all by herself, fighter jets. And how cool is that? So, again, if there was one person I would potentially rather be, it's Dr. Kitt. So, Margaret, please, thank you for coming here on such short notice. Dr. Howard was going to speak, and then pretty typical, Margaret backs up Dr. Howard and has willingly come out and will really share the vision for NIOSH. NIOSH is a big funding agency for our research and for all occupational health and our Total Worker Health Center. So she's going to provide a vision and overview from that. So, Dr. Kitt, come on up.
So, as I mentioned, I'm going to talk a little bit about NIOSH and about the research that we do, particularly in the public safety sector, and some of the work that we hope to do related to corrections, as well as some of the other parts of the public safety sector. Whenever anybody says CO here, I perk up because I am also a CO, a commissioned officer in the Public Health Service, a different type of CO. So just to sort of set the stage, we get confused a lot with OSHA. We're not OSHA, we're the National Institute for Occupational Safety and Health. And we really are in two separate organizations. So OSHA's Department of Labor, and we're within the Department of Health and Human Services, part of the Centers for Disease Control. And we're really a research agency, and actually the only government agency, federal government agency, that is appointed to do worker safety and health research. And as I mentioned, we do research related to the safety and health of issues of different workforces that I'll talk about. And we really partner with industry and labor, as well as many other federal, state, and local entities to conduct our research. And then, it's really important to work with those folks in order to disseminate our research further. We're very geographically separated all across the United States, and today we have people from Cincinnati, Morgantown. We also have facilities in Atlanta and DC, which are primarily our administrative offices, but a lot of great work that's done in Anchorage, Denver, Spokane, Pittsburgh, as well as Cincinnati and Morgantown. And we have a very multidisciplinary approach to all of our research, wide array, and this isn't certainly not an inclusive list of all the different disciplines that we have that work in our teams in order to conduct our research and the field work that we do. And we're incredibly diverse in the type of research we do, from whether it be field studies, epidemiology, laboratory studies and analysis, exposure assessment, really a focus on engineering controls and personal protective equipment. So we really have a wide array of different types of research projects. And put out a lot of publications, whether it be journal articles or technical reports. We put out alerts to certain workforces when we think that there's a really pressing issue that needs to be highlighted to different workforces and different entities. And these are a couple of the alerts and workplace solutions that we put out that are of particular interest to the public safety sector. And most of our information now is available online. We've really gone from, as much paperless as we can to web, but recognizing that there are still many workforces out there that rely on paper copies, and so we try and balance all of that so we can make sure information gets to the right folks. And so how NIOSH has structured its research programs is based on the National Occupational Research Agenda, or NORA as we refer to it. And this actually started back under the previous NIOSH director, and it was based on 21 priority areas. When Dr. Howard arrived, we switched over to a sector-based approach to our research. So it's based on 10 sectors. We have the public safety sector there highlighted. And public safety was really a spin-off of the services sector. So it started as 8 sectors that spun off to 10. Services was just so big as a separate sector that we decided we really needed to carve off the public safety subsector as a distinct entity. And even so, the public safety sector is huge, as we're going to talk about as well. And then I just want to mention we have a number of cross sectors as well that really sort of branch across all the sectors and all the workforces. So the public safety sector program that we have really focuses on 5 primary areas: fire service, law enforcement, EMS, corrections, of course, is one of them, and wildland fire. And the purpose of the sector program is really to help set priorities within NIOSH and for the nation. So the NORA process is really contingent upon not just NIOSH folks participating, but all our stakeholders across the United States. So we work really hand in hand with many, many people on the NORA agenda. So it's not just a NIOSH agenda, it's really an occupational agenda for the nation. But we have our own internal projects, and then of course we help to fund some of the extramural projects in all these different sectors. We try and monitor, particularly the NIOSH-funded projects that are in this sector, and really encourage NIOSH as well as extramural partners to address program priorities that we set together as a team. So it's not just NIOSH setting the priorities, it's the team setting the priorities, which is both NIOSH and external partners. And then we try and track projects and impacts from the efforts. So, you all know much more about some of the next few slides even than I do. This just gives you sort of a breakdown of some of the populations according to BLS, the numbers of workers that are involved in some of these different areas. And I obviously have correction workers highlighted there. And so we present this information to our Public Safety Council, Sector Council. And the folks that sit on that council are really, as I've mentioned, a wide variety of folks. They're from academic universities, from businesses, from professional societies, from government agencies, of course, and then certainly labor and worker organizations are a big part. NIOSH is set up on a tripartite system to make sure that we include both labor and industry as our partners. Identifying the needs of such a diverse sector and how to prioritize those goals is a big job. And then, we support research both internally and externally as well. And so, I mentioned those areas of the public safety sector that we focus on, and there's really, of course, cross-cutting issues across all of those areas. These are some of them, the acute and chronic diseases that are applicable to these different parts of the sector. Vehicle-related injuries and fatalities is a big part of every sector, unfortunately, that we deal with. Musculoskeletal disease, cardiovascular, infectious disease, stress, and then, collection of injury and illness data. So those are sort of the cross-cutting issues across the entire sector. And we have a lot of projects that are ongoing right now related to the public safety sector. You're going to hear in a little while this morning from Oliver and Jean about a proposed study on integrating safety and health programs for correctional workers. We've already heard several times the BCOP study mentioned, and this is a tremendously successful partnership that we have with John, NIOSH has with John, and it's just been a phenomenal project that's really going to produce huge dividends for years to come. So. We have some work going on at our National Personal Protective Technology Lab on firefighter personal protective equipment, where we evaluate subjects that are exercising in different types of firefighter gear. And then really across all sectors, we're putting together a personal protective equipment database that hopefully will be helpful to people as they choose PPE and what the indications are for using some of the different PPE that are out there. And once again, I think you're all very familiar with some of these statistics, but we're in the process of, making sure our sector council is well educated in the aspects of correctional officers specifically, as we've focused on other areas of the public safety sector. Now I think we're turning more and more towards the correctional officers, and it's going to be a focus for us in 2015. So you all know these sort of statistics about how the inmates are certainly increasing within the correctional facilities, and but there's been not really a corresponding increase in the number of employees, the correctional officers that are out there, and the job demands are really are significant, and addressing some of those issues it's been really exciting to hear some of the work that's going on actively in correctional officer workforces. It's really rewarding to hear the enthusiasm that people bring to the table on this subject. Some of the BLS statistics that are out there regarding the days away from work, and I think Mr. Morrow was talking a little bit about this as well, is that there's nearly a 4-time higher days away from work from non-fatal injuries in correctional officers than the U.S. average. And you can see that also there were almost 2,000 inmate-initiated workplace assaults reported in federal prisons in 2009. So a lot of the information that's out there is really staggering, and this is a workforce that really needs to be addressed in many research areas and projects. The fatality rate among correctional officers between 1999 and 2008 is shown here. Certainly the larger proportion is male and between the ages of 35 and 54. And as is noted here in yellow at the bottom, also the assaults and violent acts leading to non-fatal injury events, those are the leading causes as well. So taking this information that we presented to the Public Safety Sector Council, we have, we're an agency of goals, and we've got thousands of goals that we try and pare down and try and focus and prioritize on. So these were the ones that were really sort of chosen for the corrections specific goals. And so you can see, I'll just briefly read through them. Reductions in injury and fatality, unintentional injury interventions, mechanisms to address aggressive inmate behavior, really simple stuff, right? So infectious disease screening and control for inmates. I have up here illness and injuries from sharp exposures to non-medical correctional personnel, but I know it's very important for medical as well as the non-medical folks. Stress, certainly, stress factors associated health and associated health outcomes, stress in the work environment, and then really collecting some good medical surveillance data. So these are sort of the broad goals that we've established. And as I mentioned, we're really looking for 2015 to be the time where we start moving more into this area and what can we do in addition to the things we've already been working on in correctional officers. We have health and wellness program effectiveness goals here to evaluate existing medical surveillance and wellness goals, our wellness programs, and to establish best practices. And we know that we'll be working with many of the partners in this room to do just that. So I wanted to mention, this is really, I think, an important time for us to be here and presenting to you, because we are trying to determine what to do in our priority structure for 2015. So I just talked yesterday to Marianne D'Alessandro, who's the manager of the public safety sector for NIOSH, and she's trying to determine, along with Paula and others, what to do for the meeting next year for the safety sector. And they're trying to figure out if there's enough material to do a full day related specifically to correctional officers. From what I've heard last night and what's today, I would say yes, but I think she and the folks that manage that program would be interested in hearing what you have to say and what should be on that agenda for their meeting next year related to correctional officers. So I think it's a good opportunity to get your input on that, because that will really help drive what happens that NIOSH really sort of advocates behind for the coming years. I wanted to mention some of the other work that NIOSH does in corrections as well, and has done historically. We have a number of documents that are out on MRSA prevention in correctional facilities, and all this is available on the web, and I think a lot of this material is really good information to make sure we can get out there. We've done a lot of work on tuberculosis control in correctional facilities. In fact, one of the initial projects I worked on when I came to NIOSH was TB control in the state of South Carolina correctional facilities. We spent several weeks traveling around to meet with different correctional officers in certain prisons within the state of South Carolina to help evaluate their control programs for the correctional officers. Obviously, it's important for the inmates as well, but for the correctional officers. And we have a program that's called the Health Hazard Evaluation Program. Some of you may be familiar with it, where three current workers, a labor representative, or the employer can ask NIOSH to evaluate a particular hazard that they think exists within their workplace. And sometimes we go out to visit the facility. Other times we can provide information that we think is sufficient over the phone or through communications. And this is just a copy of a health hazard evaluation we did in the state of North Carolina related to TB control. I wanted to mention a CDC document that is out there on prevention and control of tuberculosis in detention and correctional facilities. And NIOSH played a very big role in developing this CDC guidance that's out there. We have some information that's out there on needle stick injuries, and I should mention one of the reasons I made sure to include this is we have another commissioned officer, Commander Harold Boyles, who was going to be here today, and unfortunately they had problems getting here. He had problems getting here from the East Coast yesterday. And Harold is going to be a really tremendous addition to our public safety sector. I think he's probably watching on the cast right now, because he was, up until January, he was a nurse in a correctional office or correctional facility, and now has come to us. And so, he has just such valuable insight to be able to lend to us as we move forward. And it's really, like I said, a good time, because we're just really moving forward in 2015 as to what our projects are going to be. So he had brought this to my attention of how important the tattooing is within the prison system and the hazards that it presents for correctional officers and the medical personnel that are there. So we do have some guidance that's out there as well. And we have some job stress products that are in development, a pocket guide on job stress prevention, a desktop guide for managers and supervisors, and a video that's being produced. And like I said, those should be out relatively soon. We also have an emergency preparedness and response office, and I realize correctional officers probably live this every day because they're always having to be prepared and ready for emergencies. But we do have a very active office that's taken off since 2011, and I thought this might be of interest to some folks. We have a guidance document that's called it's called ERMS for short, and it's the Emergency Responder Health Monitoring and Surveillance System, and it has a lot of good tools in there for those of you that are interested in preparedness. And it is a national response team document at this point. It was produced by an interagency group that NIOSH led. And we, in January, were asked by Dr. Howard to take our emergency response a little step further and develop a research initiative related to disaster science research. And we're in the process of developing a framework for responders and recovery workers that will bring some research into the response, the emergency response, and that's a tough task as well. But myself and Lisa Delaney from NIOSH are leading that effort. So that's sort of a 50,000-foot view of NIOSH. We're all very big dog lovers in Morgantown, as you're going to hear more about later today. And Dr. Howard found this slide for me, and we use it quite a bit. This was one of the rescue from one of the many disasters we've been involved with. So I think I'm happy to take a few minutes of questions if people have them. Yes, ma'am.
So, just glancing through the agenda today, and stress is a huge issue for corrections officers. And I'm a safety consultant. I've been to almost all the prisons in the state of Oregon. And one of the things that I've noticed is, for one, the ergonomics of how the control towers are designed and the housing units. I mean, there's a lot of opportunity there to reduce physical stress on the body, which is helpful. But also, are you guys looking at, educating them on what types of nutrition that they could put in their bodies to help, dealing with stress, of course, hydrating, things like that. But just the what do I want to say? The physical location of where they're working, they have to pack their food in. And, how it is when you pack your lunch. Sometimes you just throw in, not so healthy stuff. So, giving them some options and maybe even providing some opportunities for them in the facilities to purchase some things that are a little bit more nutritious. I just wondered if you've looked at that.
Yeah, I think that may be more closely tied into sort of the total worker health approach. It really encompasses not just nutrition and exercise, physical issues, musculoskeletal issues, the physical structure of where they work. All those things, are critically important to sort of wrap up into a total package that can be applied to the different facilities all across the United States. So yes, but it's, I think for us, we're just beginning to, NIOSH is just beginning to package that better now at this stage. But all those are certainly really important. So.
Yeah, I think that's the unique challenge is, we've worked with firefighters, we understand fire well. They get to cook together, exercise together, shop together. You can make some great changes there. In law enforcement, there's a few more challenges in terms of, but they get to eat out. They can choose Subway. They can ride in the patrol officer. Corrections is a very unique challenge because of the confinement, the environmental challenges. So you're right, and that's the reason for this meeting is to understand those challenges better and then actually do research intervention on this uniqueness of this worker population.
And I think there's things that can be adapted from other work that's been done, but then making sure that you adapt it in the right way for that particular worker population. So.
I'll just make a comment on this. That part of the project we're doing under High Tech 2 involves 4 themes with the Kaizen team, and one of them is a nutrition and health theme. And right now the Kaizen team is going through this whole exercise we're going to do this afternoon, and has come up with a variety of different approaches to try out. And that includes everything from catering in to also to just home eating, you know, and it overlaps with the sort of eating and stress. So the group is working through it. I can't say we, because they're well on their way. And again, when we have some outcome, particularly if it works, we'll be glad to share it.
Great. We'll be sharing some of those programs this afternoon as well. Leslie?
So in Oregon, Charlotte Fritz and others are. Hi, in Oregon, Charlotte Fritz and myself and others, as part of a pilot project with the Total Worker Health Center, are conducting an job stress intervention project focused on supervisors. And I'd be really interested in getting my hands on the customized job stress products that are going to be coming out. Are those being developed internally or externally?
They're internally being developed.
Yeah, being developed with, I believe CPH New York in developing around.
So it's part of it's. So it's in conjunction with Martin's work. And
Do you know, Paula, when those are going to be ready?
I think what's holding up right now is just getting the video in the state to be put up on the website.
Okay.
And that kind
so, Paula, you'll be the
yeah,
contact.
Sean Roberts and
Okay. So I'll be in touch with you guys. Yeah, we'll be in touch with you guys. Great. Thank you.
Well, thank you again for the opportunity. I appreciate it. And we really want to hear your thoughts. So, thanks.
Great. Thanks so much. Okay, our next keynote, and then we'll have a more formal break. I'd like to introduce Dr. Marie Garcia from the National Institutes of Justice. Marie, I just met this morning for the first time, and so Marie's a social science analyst at the National Institutes of Justice with the U.S. Department of Justice. And likewise, I think Marie is representing corrections at NIJ. I know that her background is in corrections. She's spent time both as a mental health counselor at Valley State Prison for Women in California. So likewise understands both what it means to work in and I think understands that the corrections environment well. And now as a research analyst will be able to hopefully set a corrections research agenda at NIJ. So we're thrilled to have you here, and thank you so much for coming out. And we're looking forward to hearing your perspective and NIJ and DOJ perspective on corrections. So thank you. Advance there.
This one?
Let's see. She got that
Yeah,
queued up.
there we go.
Okay.
Great, well, thank you so much. I wanted to thank Dr. Kale and Dr. Cherniak for everyone in the Symposium Committee for inviting me to speak today. A lot of what I was going to talk about, not a lot, but some of the data and the research has been mentioned, so I'm on the right track. So that's good news. Can everyone hear me? Yes, okay. So I wanted to provide you an overview of NIJ and the Office of Justice Programs, which is where we're housed in the Department of Justice. I wanted to give you a bit of background on our research portfolios in terms of our historical review, and then kind of give you an idea of where we're headed in the future. And then, of course, I'll leave some time for some questions and answers. So OJP, I'm having trouble seeing it. Okay. OJP is one of several umbrella agencies in the Department of Justice. The mission of OJP is to increase safety, public safety, and improve the fair administration of justice across the U.S. through innovative leadership and programs. Now, in OJP, there are 14 agencies that are managed by our Assistant Attorney General, Ms. Carol Mason. And each agency plays a really key role in the contribution to OJP and just justice generally. And I'm sure this audience is pretty familiar with DOJ and some of the more core agents agencies to this key issue, but I wanted to just kind of give you a bit of background. So to your left is the Bureau of Justice. Is there a laser pointer? I cannot see the right there. Here?
Turn the lights on a sec.
Is this it? Here we go.
Oh, yeah, great.
Okay, so to your, there we go, left is the Bureau of Justice Assistance. Has anyone heard of BJA? I know John and Brian. BJA supports law enforcement, corrections, courts, victim services by strengthening the nation's criminal justice system. One of the most important things that BJA does, and they do a lot of, they're a huge agency, a huge budget, they do a lot of things. But one of the most important things that they do for the system is they provide training and technical assistance to our nation's law enforcement community, to corrections community. So they play a huge role in providing just assistance and programs and information to our criminal justice agents. Let me get this to work. Right next door, on the second floor, is the Bureau of Justice Statistics, and I'm sure everyone has heard of BJS. They collect, analyze, publish, disseminate information on a wide variety of topics. But specific to this group, they put out annual data on the number of individuals incarcerated at the mid-year and at the end of the year in our jails and prisons. They do a former prisoner survey and release those data every 2 years. They're working on developing a system right now where if you don't have, for jurisdictions that don't have a lot of data systems capability, you can actually create a recidivism rate based on the rates of counties and jurisdictions next to you. And that will be available to counties and jurisdictions in the next year or so. And that's being run by Howard Snyder at BJS. So they do a lot of really interesting, imperative things to our understanding of what's going on in the system. And then right next door is where I am housed, which is NIJ. There we go. Okay, so here is a detailed view of our organizational structure. NIJ's director is appointed by the President of the United States. They are no longer Senate confirmed, which makes it a little bit easier to get them in the door. Our current acting director is Dr. Greg Ridgway, and unfortunately, Dr. Ridgway will be leaving NIJ at the end of the month. So we will have a new director in the next few months, but so it goes in government. Greg, or the director, is assisted by 2 deputy directors, and NIJ is comprised of 6 different offices, and 3 of which, let me get the pointer to work. These 3 I will talk about today. So our general mission statement is to provide knowledge and improve knowledge and understand the crime and justice issues through science. So what's interesting about NIJ is that we are the research, development, and evaluation agency of the Department of Justice. We are the only agency in the department who is tasked with conducting research on crime and justice. Now, the other agencies provide funding for technical assistance and training and program development, but we are the only ones who actually fund the research. So our aim is to provide objective and independent knowledge and tools to reduce crime, promote justice at both the state and local levels. And we do, as a federal agency, our mission and our mandate is to work with state and locals, but on the occasion we do work and assess our federal partners, but we do a lot of work with them generally. So as I mentioned, we have 3 offices that conduct research on issues related to crime and justice. Now, I can't talk about what I do without talking about what everyone else at NIJ does. So our first office that I wanted to briefly talk to you about is our Office of Investigative and Forensic Sciences, or what we call back at NIJ OIFS. It's easy. OIFS is the federal government's lead agency for forensic science research. They develop and administer programs, they facilitate training, they improve laboratory efficiency, which is one of their key goals, and they reduce backlog. They have an extensive R&D program, and they do a lot of basic and applied research. and they provide direct support to crime laboratories and law enforcement agencies to improve their capacity to process high volume cases. Now, one of the key things they've done in the last few years is provide a lot of training and technical assistance and funds for rape kit backlogs, which was a huge issue across the U.S., with some agencies having upwards of thousands of rape kits that they've not tested. So OIFS provided training and funds to be able to test these rape kits. So our job on my side, and I'll get to that in a bit, is assess what does that impact have for victims, for law enforcement? What do you do when you find hits? So that's kind of the social science part, and I'll get to that in a second. We also have our Office of Science and Technology, which is our S&T office. And one of their big missions in the states for the state and locals is to establish and maintain and performance standards for criminal justice. They have a lot of standards, for example, body armor for law enforcement, and we provide funding for research on, on the body armor. They have compliance testing to support these standards, and they also provide technical assistance to practitioners. And they serve as a clearinghouse for information on technologies. When I first came to NIJ, I heard all these terrible stories about tasers and about their use on animals, and that just sounded so terrible. But when you understand the science and the purpose of it and its impact for law enforcement, you really get behind it. So as a cop's kid, I'm really behind it. So this is where I am. I'm in the Office of Research and Evaluation. Now, ORE is comprised of two divisions. We have the Crime, Violence, and Victimization Research Division, and they are really, and when I say diverse, they are really diverse. They are two divisions kind of put into one. So they do research on a wide variety of topics, including but not limited to elder abuse, teen dating violence, crime prevention, desistance, gang violence, geospatial research. So they do a lot of really interesting work in their division. And I am housed in JSRD, which is the Justice Systems Research Division. We are just as diverse, I will say. And I'll provide some more details in just a second, but I wanted to tell you something kind of interesting at NIJ that just happened. Is we have now a division of labor, this last point, between people like myself who are the social science analyst, and I handle and responsible for the management of research and its scientific merit. And we now have grants management specialists who handle the administrative aspects of grants. So for those of you who've had awards, know the budget issues and human subject issues, I used to manage that stuff. I don't have to do that anymore. Now I get to concentrate on the science and worry about planning and other issues. So those have been delegated elsewhere, and it's been fantastic. So again, I am housed as a social science analyst in JSRD. And again, we are very diverse. We manage and conduct research on various stages of the criminal justice system, but mainly the point of arrest is where our research starts. So arrest, diversion, policing, courts, corrections generally, we kind of do it all. And the goal of our division is to pursue justice systems knowledge that works to inform the researcher and practitioner communities. So just to kind of give you an idea of some of the things that we do in JSRD, here are just a couple of examples of the research that we do and are doing right now. The first is the multi-site adult drug court evaluation. We have a really rich portfolio of research on drug courts. We're starting work on veterans courts, mental health courts, DWI courts, which I didn't know existed until my colleague told me about them. This particular project, I believe, was completed in 2011. It examined whether offenders who go through drug courts have reduced drug use, reduced recidivism rates, and other problems associated with alcohol abuse. And great findings from this project. They have reductions in drug relapse and criminal behavior, which was fantastic. The second bullet here, we are currently assessing the impact of incarceration on families. This is both maternal and paternal incarceration. And the key questions here are, For those families who are affected, who have a mother or parent, for children who are living with other family members, how do they access and use social services, public health systems, mental health systems? How do those systems work together, and how can we get them to work together? Because we know there's an interoperability problem with getting data systems to work. So that's one of the key issues there. The use of GPS to supervise high-risk offenders. This is kind of a really interested area for me. We have assessed GPS to supervise offenders in California that are high-risk sex offenders and high-risk gang offenders, and have found that GPS does work, but of course only as a short-term fix. And as mentioned earlier, with the police officer safety and wellness, we have started to develop a pretty large portfolio on this particular area. And I think it's important to this particular discussion because of the parallels between corrections and policing. But before I go into that particular area, I wanted to give you just a broad overview of some of the more specific corrections work that we do. When we speak of corrections, we generally speak of community corrections, institutional corrections, and offender and reentry is kind of thrown in there as well, because it's one of the bigger outcomes of both of these particular areas. So the goal of this research is to just do research that works to give the supervisors in the community evidence-based policies and practices that work for managing offenders. And here are just a few examples of the research that we're doing and that has been completed. Has everyone heard of Hawaii Hope? Big program with Judge Alm out of Hawaii. Innovative court-based program used to prevent probationers from reoffending. This program in Hawaii had outstanding results. So in collaboration with BJA, we are doing a replication of Hawaii Hope in 4 sites in the U.S. And we're currently enrolling offenders into the program right now. And we're hoping that the evaluation will get started very soon. But, research is so dynamic, you never know. The management of formerly incarcerated persons in the community, again, with technology, without technology, just trying to assess what works to kind of keep them out longer and have them be successful while they're in the community. Risk assessments are a huge part of the work that we do in community corrections. We're currently working on a project in developing a risk assessment tool as a short-term dynamic tool for juvenile sex offenders. So when we talk about sex offenders, we usually talk about adults, but juveniles are really, really overlooked in this particular area. So we're working with the Urban Institute to develop a short-term tool for these juveniles, and short-term in the sense that it's 6 months, because kids change so much at their age. Again, the use of technology in the community, we have GPS, we also have social media. We're currently looking at a smartphone app that pushes out information to parolees and probationers about employment. And we're trying to assess if the peer-to-peer works better than just Googling it online to find out what jobs are available in your area. And in fiscal year 2012, NIJ funded an executive session with Harvard University on community corrections. So twice a year for the next 3 years, 28 experts, both practitioners and researchers, will meet twice a year in Cambridge to answer and talk about important questions for community corrections. For example, something that I hadn't really thought about before is, how do we define the community in community corrections? It sounds obvious, but it was a day-long discussion, and I learned a lot that day. How do we define the community? Whom does that include? And what will this system of supervision look like in the future with reductions in funding and staffing issues? It's a huge issue for the community corrections in the community. Okay, so our institutional corrections, which is a bit more, it's all relevant, but for this particular group. Our goal here is to build capacity, to encourage data-driven decision-making and policy, and to develop collaborative relationships between departments of corrections and researchers. And this particular portfolio is something that I do manage at NIJ, and a lot of my research looks at privatization of prisons, the impact of incarceration on families, and to be quite honest, our focus has really been on the offender, on inmates, which is why we're all here today. So here are a few of the projects that we have. Some of them have closed. Prison Rape Elimination Act in 2003, PREA was passed to curb prison sexual assault through a zero tolerance policy. We were mandated by Congress to conduct research on this particular area, and it was an interesting. This was before my time at NIJ, but most of that research has been completed. BJS does put out an annual survey of PREA statistics, so I actually keep myself in the loop on what's going on with that. Again, parental incarceration, institutional programming in terms of education, what works, doesn't work. We know, I believe it was Rand who came out with a study earlier this year that showed that correctional education programming does work in the facility. So that was actually quite interesting for us. Impact of policies, early release decisions, California realignment. We're working with Joan Petersilia at Stanford University to examine the initial impacts of California realignment. Given the high number of inmates in custody across the U.S., we expect that we will start having other realignments, Ohio realignment and Colorado, that this is not just a California problem. And also the use of technology in the prison environment. We've looked at RFID, we've looked at GPS, and other types of technologies. And of course, one of the big issues that we're looking at is cell phones and other contrabands getting into the facility and what impacts that has on institutional violence. This was shown earlier, so I won't go into much, very much. So according to the BLS, the rate of occupational injuries and illnesses for the U.S. generally was 12 cases per 10,000 workers. The time to recuperate from any type of illness or non-fatal injury was 9 days for COs, or correctional officers, I'm sorry. 459, their rates was 459 per 10,000. We know it's a dangerous job. We know that working in corrections is dangerous. Even more challenging is not knowing what will happen on a day-to-day basis. And as Dr. Kale indicated, I worked at a large women's prison in California before I started my work at Temple. And because of the growth of the inmate population in California, it's now a male facility of 4,000. It's 4,000 men, I believe. So I worked at the facility for 18 months before going to Temple, and my first few days, as Mr. Morrow mentioned, were, here's what to do in case a riot happens, because we're not coming in to save you, because you're a civilian. Make sure your emergency contact information is on file, because we'll need to call someone in case you get hurt. Here are the blind spots in the facility, don't go there. Make sure you have food in your desk in case there's a riot and you can't go home for 3 days. Make sure you have supplies. Make sure you are ready to be here if you've got to stay. And I thought, dear goodness, what did I sign up for? But I will tell you, it was probably the best job I've ever had. NIJ is great. That prepared me for understanding the research we do at NIJ. So learning about the what ifs and the danger and the perceived risk that comes along with this environment, these statistics to me and to all of you, I'm sure, are not shocking. So generally, prison work has very low visibility. And again, I apologize, I know you all know this, but I feel like I've got to say it. It's physically and socially hidden from the public, except when there are big things that happen, riots, escapes, and other issues. And it leads some people to suggest that the work itself is not highly valued. Ethnographic accounts that I've looked at have suggested that staff view this work as misunderstood by the public. All of these factors really link to the worker health of the staff. And as Mr. Morrow mentioned, he said that and I thought, but it wasn't Oregon that called me. In the fall of 2012, I was contacted by a major jail system in the Northeast that experienced a rash of suicides. They had 4 and 6 months as opposed to 18 months. And it prompted a big discussion at NIJ about what are we doing about this issue. We have a diagnostic center at OJP that actually will work with jurisdictions on certain problems. And this particular problem that was presented to me resulted in a publication of sorts of a literature review on safety and wellness and what we've done at NIJ and OJP and the field generally. And the basic takeaway was we need to do more. So we know the stress, it's in a stressful environment. We know that you can't leave. I was told when I came to the facility in California, whatever problems you have, leave them at the gate before you walk into the Sally Port. Well, that's just not realistic. That doesn't happen. So bringing in your work stress, your home stress, everything else mixes to just a very stressful person, very stressful place. We do know the impact of stress on mental health and physical health, as already mentioned, blood pressure, hypertension, other issues, mental health issues. Again, the suicides, it's a sad statistics, but it's not surprising. So, excuse me. In December 2000, NIJ released a study titled Addressing Correctional Officer Stress, Programs and Strategies, completed by Dr. Peter Fenn. And it was our first step in identifying the breadth of the stressors in this environment and how to help treat and prevent this type of stress. Dr. Finn suggested programs to combat stress could save costs with regard to sick leave, comp time, improve officer performance, and concern for employees. The takeaway from this is it's been 15 years, and we haven't done much since. So I have just a few minutes, but I did want to talk quickly about some of the contributions of our policing literature and how it can help with corrections. Dr. Violante is in the room, so I won't actually say too much about the work that he's done, but his work on shifts and fatigues and the psychological well-being of staff showed that officer shift was associated with sleep problems. It was also linked to mental stress. Researchers at the Police Foundation did a shift length experiment and noted that there's a typo. Not 80 hours. The 10-hour work shift in policing led to improved health, improved performance. And the last study with the sleep disorders, they were found to be common among a cohort of police officers, and it linked to self-reported adverse health outcomes and performance and safety. So what we know from policing that extends to corrections is these things really do matter. Shift length, fatigue, health and safety, and it affects how one perceives their job and how they perform. So quickly, I'll just go our next steps in corrections. We want to continue to parallel our policing research with corrections where appropriate. We continue to look at officer safety and inmate wellness. ADSEG, or administrative segregation, is a big issue in corrections, and it's something that we've been tasked with examining, so that's something we will definitely continue to look at. And lastly, this year in the spring, we released, in collaboration with the National Academies, The Growth of Incarceration in the United States. Big report on what has happened in the U.S. with the prison boom in the last 40 years. What's interesting about the report is that it doesn't give us next steps, but it kind of takes to the water that it doesn't actually go there. So that's our job. That's our job as a community to kind of understand, what do we do now? So I want to go over I wanted to give you an idea about how NIJ makes decisions about what to do. We have our director who makes decisions about his or her interest. We have congressional mandates. Again, like PREA and school safety, we have field-initiated research. We put out solicitations every year that say to the field, you tell us what's important. And then again, we have input from policymakers, from practitioners, scientific working groups, and other communities of practice. Our annual base budget is about $40 million. And again, the director has discretion in deciding how that money gets spent. Our forensic science research, they have between $100 and $150 million. Again, training and technical assistance, lab support. We have a lot of funds that are transferred from other agencies in OJP because they don't have the mandate to do research. They give it to us and we do it. And again, with the mandates, this particular year, Congress gave us $75 million to examine school safety. And given the prominence of this issue in the press and in the research community, we're expecting a pretty high amount of money next year in this issue as well. So here are just some of the opportunities that we have every year at NIJ to do for research that's relevant to this particular audience. This year we put out the research and evaluation on justice systems. This was open-ended. We also put out a Dear Colleague letter with this one to tell the community, this is what we're interested in. We want it all, but here are a few key factors that we're interested in. Our RPP, which is our Researcher Practitioner Partnership, this is a fairly new solicitation for NIJ in the last 4 or 5 years, but it's getting a lot of, it's well received by the community, and the requirements for this particular solicitation are an academic university and a DOC or a police agency or some practitioner. They've got to work together on an issue relevant to criminal justice. And again, we have other opportunities, other directed solicitations that are maybe gangs or desistance, school safety, and our other offices put out solicitations as well. So I wanted to thank you for allowing me to come here and speak to you this morning. I hope that, at least in the short time I had, to tell you how important we really, I'm a corrections person. This is the stuff I like to read about, I like to think about, and I like that I get to do this work at NIJ. We have a lot of work to do in correctional office, especially with officers and other workers in the custody environment. So I encourage all of you to submit your innovative ideas to us in the next fiscal year, which starts in October 1. We'll have a lot of opportunities, I'm sure, because I get to help plan, and this is one of my really big interest areas. So thank you again for having me, and are there any questions?
Start with Dr. Storer.
Yeah. Hi, I appreciate your presentation. Really love NIJ. I'm a fan of your organization for many, many years, and use your research all the time. One thing I've noticed is there's a fall off in our information on correctional staff. It's very difficult to get even basic demographic information. You know, the number of women versus men employed, you know, military experience, racial, ethnic stuff, unionized, not unionized, pay. I mean, you have to go to the Bureau of Labor Statistics to get that stuff, and that's hard to parse out, and it's hard to get, you know, break down, and not NIJ, this is more Bureau of Justice Statistics that's not providing this information anymore. My sense is, and I've been doing this for 24 years, my sense is that there's been a drop-off in this information, and that this information is really vital to this sort of correction, understanding organizational culture, the workplace itself. So how can we get more information on a national scale?
I do know that BJS's budget has been significantly reduced, as all of our budgets have been in the last 5 years. Since I've been at NIJ, our budget has been cut almost in half. So BJS has to really be, they really do, and they, more than us, they have specific mandates, like the Violence Against Women Act. They have very specific pieces of information they have to collect, NCBS, other types of data collections, but we do work a lot with BJS, NIC, ACA to pull that information. I know the BOP has their data. Their data is hard to get, but they do publish it annually. BJS really is the source, and it's unfortunate that you're not able to get the information that you need. But if I can help you, my information is up here, and if I can put you in contact with the right people. Because I know I wrote my dissertation on correctional officers, and I was fortunate enough to get the BOP's data, and they were really, really helpful. But it's hard. It's really, really hard to keep track of this population.
And that's just on the feds, though.
And that's just their
state and local.
Right, and that was great because they're a unitary system of corrections, but and they have their own research shops, and it's great. But you're right, the jails and the states, it's difficult to come by. But if you want to talk more, you can get in touch with me.
Marie, that was great, and I just want to put this in context for the folks in the audience who aren't used to working in the justice system. One of the things that NIJ and the Justice Department has been useful for, especially in John's project with the B Cops project, is a great example. And that's been funding the extra piece that wasn't on a NIOSH grant, for example. We brought the police fatigue issues into the stress and cardiovascular health and metabolic disorders that were being looked at. And so that was something that NIJ funded. And so one way to use NIJ and its sister agencies in justice is to help both leverage funding from other sources, but you've got contacts in the justice system, you've got communications capabilities for reaching out to practitioners, you've got funding from Bureau of Justice Statistics that can be used to translate research into practice out in the field and to get the kinds of technical assistance out to all the agencies once you've got the research done. And I think that's a way to think about all the organizational structure and things that Marie's put out. So thanks.
One of the things I didn't mention is that we do have another office. They don't do research, but they're as important, if not more important than us at ORE, is we have an Office of Communications in OJP, but they get to pick and choose what they put out, because if the AG calls and says he wants a press release on something, then that's what we do that day. But with us at NIJ, we have an Office of Communications where we can decide within the agency, what do we want to tell our partners? And when we speak about partners, we're talking really about practitioners, the men and women who do this every day. You know, we have the researchers and the academics who do the research, but we need to translate that to practice. So we're really working on translational criminology and how to take these really 30,000, views, the 30,000 foot view into, here are 5 things that work for corrections officers. Here are 5 things that work for policing. So we're trying to kind of merge those 2 things in our communications office. So we're getting there. We're trying to leverage all of our resources and trying to, make it work for us. So hopefully our website is on there. Our funding opportunity, our direct link is there as well. So please feel free to contact me if you have questions or look on the website.
Wonderful. Thanks
Great.
so much.
Thank you.
So we've heard a welcome from our Deputy Director at DOC. You've heard an overview from Dr. Cherniak. You've now heard 2 keynotes from funding agencies that primarily fund our research. So this is sort of the morning overview, and now we're going to take a break, but then we're going to now get into specific programs. For those of you that have come for more data, what programs are working. So we're going to take a 10-minute break. We're going to, 12-minute actually. We're going to, 12. We're going to resume at 10:40. Everyone synchronize your watches right now. I have 10:28. Dr. Violante will start with a really exciting rest of the morning and afternoon to look at specific programs. So thanks, and we'll see you back. Okay. Our next speaker is someone who really needs no introduction because his name has only been referenced, I think, 100 times already today. But I will introduce Dr. John Violante. John is a researcher extraordinaire who is, his expertise is in law enforcement. He spent almost 25 years, 23 years in New York State Police, and then he got his doctorate, and in 1999 was funded, called the B-Cop study, which I'll let him explain a little bit, but really we all look at that study as being the model for us. Dr. Vila is involved. NIOSH, it's a major effort by NIOSH to fund and follow outcome as well of this study, so I'm going to let John talk a little bit about that. But today, mostly he's going to be talking about suicide, stress and suicide in law enforcement and specifically in corrections. So, John, thank you so much for making the travels out here. He was in Victoria 2 weeks ago, New Orleans last week, and now Portland for 8 hours. So, John, thank you very much.
Thank you very much for the introduction. I'm quite honored to be here. Corrections is a new area for me. the worst experience we've ever had with corrections, of course, was Attica, during the Attica riots. And our people went in there, and you all know the story about Attica, I'm sure. But there was a lot of stress, a lot of anxiety, a lot of PTSD that resulted out of that, and it's still under review by many legal authorities. BCOPS, it's an interesting study. Back in 1999, BCOP stands for the Buffalo Cardio Metabolic Occupational Police Stress Study. I can't even say it, it's so long. And Brian Viola, of course, joined us with NIJ, along with NIJ, to do the fatigue and shift work part of our study, and we were really grateful for that as well. NIAJ has been great to us. The people in Morgantown have been great. They're just wonderful people to work with, and we do a lot of good work, and we diversify very well. Back in 1986, I'm kind of dating myself a bit here, but back in 1986, a colleague of mine named John Vina and I decided to look at police mortality. We wanted to see what police officers were dying from. And this initial study was a 40-year police cohort looking at the deaths of police officers for over a period of 40 years. And we found a lot of cardiovascular disease. We found a lot of cancer, particularly cancers of the colon and liver cancer and cirrhosis of the liver and so forth. Then we got down to the suicide, and we looked at the suicide, and we found that the suicide rate in our sample was 3 times that of the general United States population. It's kind of piqued our attention. And at that point, we decided, well, we need to look into this further, and we've been doing that ever since. I've done a lot of work on suicides. I've done a lot of work on cardiovascular health and police with BCOPS. And the more work I do, the more I understand that law enforcement officers, and that includes corrections and police and fish and game wardens and everyone else who enforces the law, all experience a lot of stress in their work. And that stress is not isolated with them. That stress goes home with them, and that stress affects their families as well. When I look at total worker health, I often think about, the thing I think about the most is the effect on the family that law enforcement work has, and what these folks bring home, and how it affects the relationships. But getting back to suicide, I think what I'm going to do essentially here is to give you an overview of suicide, and then in particular give you some information on corrections officer suicide. 1 million people die by suicide, according to the World Health Organization in 2007. 2,700 per day, 10 to 20 million people attempt suicide. It's the leading cause of death in 1/3 of all countries in this world. 54% of all violence-related deaths from suicide. And it's a major health problem. Among the 10 leading causes of death in this country, suicide is number 9, and ironically, it's the most preventable death of all of the types of death. That's what's so sad about suicide. It's mostly preventable. 31,000 people die in the U.S. each year. The rate is around 11.4 per 100,000. 80 per day, 1 person every 15 to 20 minutes. 4 times of the completions of suicides are men, and 3 times the attempts are by women. Suicide doesn't care who you are, what color you are, where you come from. It's non-discriminatory. It crosses all boundaries. And again, it's the most preventable form of death. Some concepts, it's multi-determined. It's not one thing. It's many things. It could be financial, it could be family relationships, it could be divorce, it could be separation, it could be trouble with children, trouble at work. It could be being involved in a shooting or traumatic event. All of those things add up, and the effects of these things are cumulative. And they can get you a point where, what I like to call the stress bucket, where you get to a point where your bucket's full, not your bucket list, your stress bucket, and it gets to a point where it gets full and your ability to cope, to deal with that, diminishes. And sometimes people turn to maladaptive means of dealing with that. Some turn to alcohol, some turn to other drugs, some turn to suicide. So it's a matter of being able to adapt to this. And some people just can't do it. There are multiple ways to deal with suicide. Education is probably a good one. Awareness is a good one. The problem with corrections and the problem with law enforcement that I know, that I've experienced, that I study about, is that we can't get these folks to get help. It's that image thing. You know, I am made of steel. I am Superman. I am Superwoman. I do not need help. I give help. We've got that ethos in law enforcement, and it's not only in police, it's in corrections officers as well. And you people who study corrections know what I'm talking about when I mention that. So there's a difficult, dealing with the culture is a difficult thing, but there are ways to deal with it if we can get them to go for help. I think most suicide people don't want to die. They're ambivalent. They want to find a way to live. It's up to us, if we can, to give them that way to live. Now, what the problem is that suicidal individuals get into a state of what we call cognitive restriction. And what that means is they're in this tunnel. And they're in this tunnel, and on one side of the tunnel is the unendurable psychological pain they're dealing with, and on the other side of the tunnel is the only way out of the tunnel, and that's suicide. There's no other way to deal with it. So you get in that state of mind, and you have nowhere to go. And it's up to us, the psychologists and the people out there, to find them alternate ways to deal with their problems so they can get out of the tunnel. The difficult thing about suicide is that the final decision rests with the person. No matter what we do, and we just can't save everybody, because it rests with the person, the final decision. That individual must make that decision. If you reduce the risk factors, you reduce the stress, and you reduce the risk, and you enhance protective factors. And protective factors are something I think that we need to study more. The resilience factor, establishing resilience in individuals, establishing resilience in the organization. Resilience is social. It's not only an individual personality factor. It's a social factor, and I'll talk a little bit more about that. We just finished a study for the Institute of Medicine to help establish resilience in Homeland Security. And that's a group that has like 25 different organizations in it. And you talk about a difficult job, to try to set up something to establish a resilient and ready workforce in Homeland Security. But it's so important that the Institute of Medicine decided that we ought to do it. So looking for things to protect people, I think, is very important. Tom Joyner is a theorist in suicide, a big name. He said that suicide involves what he called a psych ache. It's like having a headache or a stomach ache. You have a psych ache. And that can lead you, certainly, to hurt. Hopelessness, not being able to find a way out, unbearable psychological pain, cognitive restriction I talked about, the ability to solve problems. People who are suicidal have a poor problem-solving ability. That's why they can't get out of this tunnel I'm talking about. Feeling that you're a burden to other people, people who have terminal illness, for example. Thwarted belongingness, the isolation factor comes in here. And this goes all the way back to Durkheim, who said that if you're isolated in society, you're more likely to commit suicide. Here we have a group of people. We have corrections officers. We have law enforcement people who are in this sort of separate community, if you will, this isolated community. They're cohesive in their group, but it's almost like the public is something out there that they can't integrate themselves into society as well because they're in this particular group of enforcement. And of course, acquiring the ability for self-injury, and that involves having a gun and habituation to pain. Life is cheap in correction institutions. Police officers and law enforcement people have a very different conception of death than most of us have. They're jaded. You know, it's easy to get jaded to death when you see it all the time in a period of 20 to 25 years. And you get to feel that it's easy to die. It's simple. All I have to do is pull this trigger. You know, it's over. So that's sort of an occupational hazard thing that pops up in individuals like officers. Really quickly, you probably all know these, but I just want to go over them quickly. Previous suicide attempts, the most highly regarded risk factor in suicide. Previous suicide in the family, despair, hopelessness, depression. Depression is a big. Increased alcohol is big. Family issues are big in law enforcement. Financial crisis, departmental charges are big in law enforcement. IA investigations and so forth. Warning signs, making a will where you never thought about that before. Giving away prized possessions, we've heard of these. Religion, changes in religions, ideas about religions, increased anger. Complaints of your coworker, that you're acting strange, that you're quiet, that you used to come in and be a big joker in a locker room, now you say nothing. You just walk out, and you look like the last rose of summer, if you will, when you walk out the door. Complaints by citizens, violence, police violence, if you will. Change in work habits, any changes out of the ordinary. Change in personality is an indication something's going on in this individual. Now, very specifically, looking at corrections, I think, unfortunately, there hasn't been many studies in suicide in corrections. I only know of two major ones that I know of. There are a lot of studies on occupations and suicide, but there's nothing that specifically focuses on corrections. First of all, let me talk about the dilemma of image. Commissioner Morrow talked about calling corrections officer guards. There's not a greater insult you can do than call a correctional officer a guard. He's a law enforcement officer. Guards are people who help little kids across the street at a school crossing. Okay? Not that those are bad people, they're very good people, but these people are not guards. Okay? They enforce the law. And they enforce the law by taking care of our correctional institutions. So this image problem, I think, pervades a lot of corrections officers. A feeling of not being appreciated, of being thought of as something lowly other than a police officer. Got to deal with a lot. Add that to the equation. Put their job in that equation, and it certainly puts a lot of pressure on them. They're exposed to most of the dark things in life. Life is cheap behind the walls, and you get into that culture. If you spend 8 to 12 hours a day in this culture with rapists and murderers and robbers, that's a tough life. Are you expected to go home and drop that baggage, or are you going to take it with you? And that's the question. Most of the research in correctional facilities has been on inmates, on why inmates commit suicide, and that's okay. We need to do that. But what about the other side? We also need to look at that. And that's what we need to look at here. The first study that I knew of that specifically focused was that of Steve Stack. Steve and Studos. They did a study way back in 57, and essentially what he found, and this is just the data he had here, but essentially what he found, that controlling for other variables and adjusting for age and race and sex and all that the odds ratio, the odds of a corrections officer committing suicide was 39% greater than 20 states involved in a NIOSH database. I'll mention that a little in 1 minute here. So if you're a corrections officer, by virtue of your occupation, you have a 39% greater risk of completing suicide. The New Jersey Commission on Law Enforcement Suicide also did a study and in 2012, and they found that New Jersey corrections officers committed suicide at double the rates of police officers in the general population. From 03 to 7, 25 to 64 males per 100,000, the rates for COs was 34.8. For police, it was 15.1, and for the general New Jersey population, it was 14.0. Very high rates. Now, the numbers of suicides are not big, but the odds, the important thing here is the risk involved with this occupation was greater for corrections officers than it was for police and the general population. What were the circumstances of these suicides? Crisis in the last 2 weeks. The highest one was crisis in the last 2 weeks, 32% that happened to. Physical health problem was a high one. Intimate partner problem, a high one. Left a suicide note, various other things that went on here. The gun suicides, of course, are probably the most prominent in law enforcement, the use of the gun, the firearm. The availability of means. It's simple to figure that out. Now, I know there are a lot of correctional institutions, including Attica, where inmates or corrections officers don't carry in guns. They're not allowed to have guns in there, other than emergency, of course, emergency situations. But I think many of them own their own, and the guns seem to be the way that officers tend to commit suicide. We just did a study. We just completed a study which we published, I don't know, 6 months ago maybe, on correction suicide. Generally, it was on law enforcement suicide. And this was a study based on a CDC NIOSH database called the National Occupational Mortality Surveillance Database. And it was for the years 2003, 2004, and 2007. And this database had death certificates for 1.46 million people, all working populations. And we looked at the proportionate mortality ratio analysis of suicide. That's the proportion of suicide in one population over the proportion of suicide in another population. And that's statistical stuff that I don't talk about much. But anyways, that's what it is, and that's what it does. And this is what a PMR is, what I just said. Anyways, what we found is that the mortality ratio for a corrections officer, they had a 41% greater risk of committing suicide than did the rest of the 1.46 million working population that they were compared to. That's a high risk. That's a very high risk. White males, of course, win the battle. White males had a 34% greater risk, which is true in society as well. All these rates are adjusted, by the way, for race, sex, and gender and ethnicity and so forth. There are less than 5 deaths in African-American males and less than 5 in Hispanic males, so they're not reported. NIOSH does not report those because of confidentiality reasons. In terms of Caucasian females within the correction system, there were 9 deaths. That was not a significant, a significantly higher rate than the general population. Of course, there's very few deaths for suicide, and there are less than 5 suicides in African American females in the correction system. So here again, in this rather simple study we did, we found that corrections officers are at a higher risk for suicide. Now, you might say we already know that, but how much do we know? How much do we know? We don't know what the suicide rate is in reality because no one's really studied it that much. Maybe that's something we need to do first. And then what's the etiology behind those suicides? You know, that's the big question. How are we going to prevent that? Well, I like to talk about stress, and I think stress is a potential correlate of suicide. I always thought so. Having been through that experience, I think how you deal with stress and what you do with yourself in your life makes a big difference. There are some officers who do it very well, and I always thought that corrections officers and police officers and law enforcement people were pretty resilient people. You know, most of them handle this job very well, but there are those that don't, and the stress that gets to them makes a difference. Any organization or social structure which has one group of people that don't want to be there and the other group that keeps them there, of course, is going to be under stress. As we found out with BCOP, stress transcends environmental boundaries and affects us both psychologically and physiologically. The metabolic syndrome, that subclinical cardiovascular disease dilemma that people have in this country, is quite prominent among our police officers, especially with those with high post-traumatic stress disorder or high levels of stress or high levels of biomarkers like cortisol that signify stress in the body, dysregulation of systems in the body that mess us up and cause disease. Mary Storr, was the first study I saw on this, and she found that officers are having high levels of stress. Corrections officers are often associated with poor training, high turnover rates, and many of these stuff you know already. One of the things about turnover rates, I think in the lower level, small correctional facilities, I think you see more of that. I'm not sure, but I think you do. And I think what happens here is people don't have the ability to become cohesive because people are moving in and out all the time. And, that can affect how well you do in your work, how well your comrades work with you. They seem to be very dissatisfied workers by some researchers' views. And we know that stress is severe and wide in this job. What are the predictors of stress? Age, gender. Have we ever looked at correctional officer women? Has anybody looked at that? I think not. I think, what do they experience? They're in a male-dominated occupation. They're doing the same thing that the males do, but they have this added thing of gender differences to deal with. What about families? What about children? Who's taking care of the children when the women are working night shifts? When you have two people, which happens in policing, as Brian will tell you, you have two people working as police officers, the man and the wife. One's working at midnight, one's working a day shift. How do you deal with that? High demands and low control. Karasak's work that says that this causes stress. Demands of the job, and you have no control over them. Administrative stress. We're finding in BCOPs that administrative stress is one of the biggest stressors that police officers talk about. The administration does not care. The administration does not support. And that causes a lot of stress for them. Shift work. Again, Brian Vila and I and our NIOSH crew have found over and over again that shift work is affecting these officers psychologically and physiologically. Having high level security, having high contact, dangerousness. The commissioner talked about dangerousness. Yeah, it's a very dangerous job. You're in there without a gun. Maybe you got some less lethal weapons with you, but you're in there without a gun. And I think Ms. Garcia talked about her job there and how she was warned how dangerous this job is. And of course, social support, again, is very crucial by the administration. Inmate assaults have increased at the same period. The number of correctional officers have not, so the economy has taken its toll. The offender does not, who's in, the lifer, the person that's in for life, for murder or whatever, why should they care what you do to them? Can't put them in jail anymore. They're in there already for life. So there's this idea that we can do whatever we want, and nothing more they can do to me. So I think you have a lot of individuals in that situation. Spillover, we talked about already, that it's just one of those jobs. And like law enforcement altogether, it's one of those jobs that spills over into your family. And in our NYPD study, we found that about 60% of the suicides were related to personal relationships. 60% personal relationships. Divorce, separation, family fights, infidelity. All of these things add up. Correctional Management Institute in Texas, they found, and these are all studies that find that there is an impact on your home life from this job. So there's a lot of displacement of anger, a lot of I don't want to talk about this, I don't want to take this stuff home, I shut myself off in communications when I get home. This idea of hypervigilance. Kevin Gilmartin talks about being keyed up and full of adrenaline on a job, and you go home, and it's like a roller coaster. You have to go back down, but you go down, you go way down, you know. You might drug out on alcohol. You might sit in front of the TV. You don't want to do anything with your family. You're just like totally out of it, man. Next day, you're craved to get back with the adrenaline. You go back to work and the adrenaline pumps again. You go home, you go down the tube again. It goes over and over. And he says it's like a mad roller coaster ride, this hypervigilance of adrenaline. We found that some officers who retire cannot get rid of that they've become adrenaline junkies. And that lack of excitement, that lack of getting back to adrenaline has affected their lives and caused depression. Post-traumatic stress disorder, I'm sure most of you have heard of that and know about it. It's just the exposure to traumatic events, which happen a lot within the correctional facilities. This is Criterion A from the American Psychiatric Association. And basically, it's an exposure to a traumatic event or a witnessing of a traumatic event or your self-integrity being threatened in some way. But I'm not going to go over that too much. There's about 5 or 6 different criteria for PTSD. Move it. Basically, PTSD is involved in intrusive memories, flashbacks, avoidance of things that resemble the trauma, and physiological arousal, which is probably the most dangerous in our view. The inability to sleep, fatigue, having terrible nightmares about the event, the adrenaline, the cortisol dysregulation that goes on in the body from PTSD. We found an association between high PTSD symptoms and lower brachial reactivity. Brachial reactivity, your brachial artery essentially does not expand the way it should. And this is an early sign of cardiovascular disease. PTSD and depression contribute to suicide behavior. There's been some research on that. Longitudinal study found that those who had either full or partial PTSD were associated with elevated suicide rates, and it's no surprise. Study again by Spinaris and others found that there was an overall prevalence of 27% of corrections officers experienced PTSD. The more exposure to work violence they had, the higher the levels, higher levels of depression, more absenteeism, health service utilization, health conditions, and so forth, and lower levels of pro-health behaviors. You know, when people get stressed out or when they have PTSD, they forget about the exercise. They forget about the diet. All they worry about is getting rid of this terrible feeling, this depression, this flashbacks that they're getting about this traumatic event and so forth. That opens them up for obesity. It opens them up for the lack of sleep and fatigue, that Brian talks about. This is kind of a chart of what they did, and 27% of the total sample had PTSD. 31% of the males did, 22% of the females did. Security staff had 34%, and all of the staff had 23%. Something else we forget. There are civilians, as Mrs. Garcia said, there are civilians who work in the correctional facility. Do we care about them as well? Do they too experience distress? She worked in this facility and she was told, you better watch out. Does that not prepare you for some stressful days? It's always in the back of your mind that this can happen to you. So I think we need to care for them as well within these walls. Seeking help is bound by the culture that's impossible to change unless you know something I don't know. We've tried with the police. And I think you've had some success with that with your work. But it's a bear. It's hard to change the culture. I don't want to be seen as weak. And this is Audrey Hoag's study from New England Journal of Medicine. My unit will treat me differently. Members of my unit will have less confidence in me. My leaders will blame me. It's going to hurt my career. I'm not going to make sergeant or lieutenant. These are the things we hear. I can't get time to go for treatment. These are excuses. It's difficult to get an appointment. I don't trust mental health professionals. That's a big one with the police. They're afraid that the term is blow them in. They're going to tell the chief. I don't know where to get help. I don't have adequate transportation. The big rule is whatever you do, don't ask for help. It's not for lack of social skill. It's fear. It's fear. Fear beats logic 3-1. Fear beats logic. Asking for help is a death sentence. I do not need help. I give help. Okay? That's the ethos in law enforcement. Now, the question is, how do you break through that? That's the big question. Officers who are about to commit suicide, correctional officers, are least likely to ask for help. We need to go out and get them. The problem with suicide prevention is that it has been reactive. I talked to a lot of police chiefs, and guess what? They start a suicide awareness and mental health awareness program after the suicide occurs because it upset their department so much. We need to be proactive, and the International Association of Chiefs of Police has published a doctrine that they will become proactive in law enforcement suicide. That's the way to do it. That's the way we need to prevent it. We need to get in at the beginning. I used to like Barney Fife. You remember Barney Fife from Mary Marion? His famous quotation, he's got to nip it in the bud, Nip it in the bud. I still see him doing that on TV. And that's what you need to do. You need to start at the beginning. Let's go back. Start at the top by recruiting leaders who care. John Jones, the chief of police in Canada, said that leaders have a duty of care, that they have a moral and ethical obligation to care for their people. And if they don't, then they're not being ethical leaders. Institutionalize early warning and intervention protocols to treat at-risk officers. Awareness campaigns. Don't hang an AAP poster on the wall and gather dust. You need to go out and get these people, to get the word out that it's okay to go for help. If you don't do that, they're never going to come to you. Audit your programs and determine whether or not they include suicide prevention and mental health wellness. Invest in training, agency-wide training. Leaders, middle management people especially need awareness, and they need to know what to do if an officer comes to them and said, I'm thinking about killing myself. Well, one of the things that the commissioner said is there's a mandate for an automatic report. That's true. And you have to do that, but get the help for the individual as well and get that individual back to work. It costs a lot of money to lose a corrections officer, to replace that person. Should begin at the academy when you have these young, vibrant corrections officers coming in, and you need to tell them ahead of time what to expect, what PTSD is, what stress is, how it's going to affect their family life, and how to avoid these things. Include the family in training. There's of all the people that can help prevent suicide, the family is probably one of the big ones. Most people in their lives have a group of 3 to 5 people who are good buddies, they're good friends. And the family is also a good friend. I've talked to officers before, and they said, you know, I would have killed myself if it wasn't for my wife coming in that bedroom, taking that gun out of my hand, and said, come on, buddy, you're going for help. And, you know, that's the difference. Family is a great supportive unit. So they need to understand what this job does to their spouses. What do you do after suicide? Another big problem we had in law enforcement, and people don't know what to do. Should we have a military funeral for the officers is generally what happens when officers die. Or should we not? Should we go in uniform or should we not? It causes a lot of confusion and morale problems if you don't know what to do in the case of a suicide. So have something ready, have policy. Train all corrections officers, train as many officers and friends and family members as possible. Train at all levels. Psychologists. There are many psychologists out there who are not aware of suicidal protocols, especially if they work with cops and law enforcement people. I think that every psychologist who becomes a police psychologist should go through ride-alongs and walk-alongs and go along with a corrections officer for a week or two to see what they go through, to understand their job. Again, talking to officers. You know, I went into the psychologist's office and he or she's telling me things that have nothing to do with my job. Nothing to do at all. They don't understand. Okay? So you need to train them as well as to what the parameters are of the correctional occupation. Research on, we need more research on minorities and female corrections officers. I said that before, and I think it's true. We don't know anything about them. Work-home conflict, total work health situation, I think, mandates that we look at the home and the effect on family. Coping abilities, things more to explore, I guess. Increasing involvement in decision-making. Again, you know, one of the things that Karasek said was that if you're not involved in the system, if you have no control over your work, that you're more likely to feel stress. Well, how do you give people control over their work? You let them help you with decisions that affect their work. Who knows best? The person where the rubber meets the road knows best, you know, and they're the ones. We saw that with the Border Patrol down in Nogales, Texas, trying to deal with the influx of immigrants, the undocumented immigrants coming into the United States, and what they had to go through with these people, you would not believe. It's really a difficult job, and you know, they needed to let their supervision know what they were doing and how they could do it better to protect the immigrants and themselves. Contact hours and things that can be evaluated, and we need some objective measures in this job of corrections which measure biological factors. We've come to a point, I think, in research where we are now very interested in biology and genetics and a lot of other things that are important, and that stress kind of messes up, if you will. Okay. Break them out by facility, job, role type. I think every correctional institution is a culture in and by itself. It's not all fits one. You know, it's like medicine today, where we're developing medical techniques that are for individuals, not for groups of people. It's the same with institutions. Everyone's different. You know, when you get to a different level of corrections, things change. And I think in concluding, I didn't even get a 5-minute warning. Well, I'm doing good here. In concluding, I think changing the culture is essential. Get rid of that Superman effect that I can't be vulnerable. The big price that corrections officers pay is that they're human beings. They need to realize that. They have feelings like everybody else. And they can't let those feelings show in their work, so what do they do with them? Where do they put them? And lastly, a quote from the movie Platoon. The enemy did not fight us, we fought ourselves. The enemy is within us. You know, and that's the truth. Okay. There's no way to easily solve this problem of suicide. Unfortunately, I think, as we've heard from other presenters, that it's increasing. The commissioner talked about 4 suicides and 4,500 people. By standards, that's a lot. That's a high rate. There's not much we can do at this point other than to start our awareness programs. I know of training programs. We use different training programs and protocols to teach suicide to our law enforcement officers. We use gatekeeper-style training. Everybody should have this. You don't have to be a psychologist or a professional to prevent suicide. You just need to know about it and what the signs and signals are, and that way you can prevent it. So again, thank you very much for inviting me to Portland. I like the west part of the country. It's nice out here. I'm not going back.
We have time for one question, and then John is going to be leading the panel this afternoon, and we'll all get an opportunity to sit down. We'll have 3 30-minute panels, but yeah, one question?
Not even a question. I just want to say thank you so much, because I've been in the Department of Correction in Connecticut for, it's going on approximately 19 years this year, and started as a correctional officer. I'm a lieutenant now, but everything you said hit the nail on the head. And if people really knew what we go through, honestly, it's like, touch me right now. That's all I wanted to say.
Thank you. Okay, we're going to tee up the next talk. I think if anything can potentially reduce stress and mental health and suicide, it's a dog, if you're a dog lover. It's a kitty if you're a cat lover. It's an iguana if you're an iguana lover, but certainly the next talk, I can't even, I don't even want to surmise what it's going to be, because it's so fun and innovative, and I have a chocolate lab, love dogs, and the next 2 speakers are going to be presenting on Dr. Worth and Dr. Mead will introduce a new research project that will develop, implement, and evaluate an integrated health protection and health promotion program for corrections workers that they're currently piloting in a federal minimum security prison. And they will discuss how animals are impacting both veterans, returning veterans with PTSD, and corrections officers. So they really don't need no introduction. Normally when I get introduced, because I have a BS, MS, DRPH, and an MD, my work partner introduces me as Dr. Keel has more degrees than a thermometer, but somebody beats me today, and I get to use this. Dr. Mead has 5 degrees. And she's got more degrees than a thermometer. So Dr. Worth is a research psychologist at NIOSH. Dr. Mead is a medical officer at NIOSH, and they're going to present an innovative, integrated approach to corrections, protection, and promotion. So thank you, Dr. Mead and Dr. Worth.
Well, thank you very much, Carrie. Gene and I are very pleased to be here. We're both new to the corrections field, so we're really excited about stepping into it and being able to propose some new, what we think are innovative ways to maybe deal with some of the stressors that corrections workers deal with. And I'm looking at the clock. I think I can accelerate my portion of the talk. I don't know about Jean. She can go on forever, but I think we'll try to still get us out on time here for lunch.
Jean, if you
I'm good.
Okay.
I'm going to poke you.
She might interrupt me, and Jean is 3 or maybe 4 times smarter than I am because of her degrees, so she might have to steer me straight a couple times. Before we talk about the details of the project that we're proposing to do at NIOSH, there is some other programs and projects that are somewhat related and that gave rise to our interest in total worker health in a prison setting. We're going to talk a little bit about that history. And then we're going to tag team a little bit too. Jean's going to step in and talk about some of the work that we're doing with service dogs, and then we'll wrap it up with some details about the project itself. Of course, we've heard all this morning from Mitch Morrow and then from John. We all aware the stressors that corrections workers face, and of course the outcomes of those exposures are quite startling. Some of just a few statistics that I came across suggest that they have the second highest injury rates from assaults, and that's only second to police officers. They have the second highest mortality rate, and the average life expectancy is only 18 months past retirement. And of course, we heard already that they have a much higher rate of suicide, divorce, substance abuse, and other problems compared with the general population. So, they deserve our attention and more research, obviously, within the NIOSH program portfolio, and that includes the intramural research program as well as the external programs projects that we fund. Corrections officers and corrections workers, any research related to them is really underrepresented. I'm only aware of 1, maybe 2 projects that involve corrections workers, and so we see an opportunity to do something in this area. Combining that with Jean and I are both involved with the NIOSH Total Worker Health program, as many of you are aware of. It started out as work-life. In 2011 became Total Worker Health. And again, the key is the integration of health promotion and health protection programs. Both Jean and I serve on the steering committee for this program, and so we've been interested in this topic and doing something in total worker health for some time. Combining that with the opportunities for doing some more work with corrections workers, we envision this new project, which is the integrating health and safety program for correctional workers. These are the 4 aims that we have. Again, the details are going to come later. I'm just going to go briefly over these aims. What we want to do is develop a total worker health program. We want to implement it in a prison, and there's a local prison that we're working with, for the purpose of stress reduction. And there's a novel aspect of this that involves the opportunity to walk a dog as a means to get some exercise. We want to evaluate the program, short-term and long-term, with some health and performance metrics. And we're very interested in participation rates, because I know that a lot of prison systems are interested in wellness, and they're interested in fitness, and there are a lot of good programs out there, but low participation rate seems to be a big barrier to limit the success of these programs. And so we are really thinking, how can we increase participation rates? And we see the option or the opportunity to walk a dog as perhaps providing that incentive. The site that we're going to be working with is FCI Morgantown. It's a Federal Corrections Institute. It's a minimum security prison. There's 1,100 male inmates, about 176 employees, and that includes correctional officers as well as the administrative staff, maintenance staff, medical and psychological personnel. It's actually a very nice campus because it's minimum security. You can see the aerial view there. There are 321 acres, and around it is a 1-mile perimeter road, access road, and they even have a track on site too. And so there are many opportunities for walking by the staff to get some exercise. And they also have a service dog training program that was just begun about a year ago. And so there are dogs available for us to potentially use for this walking program, and Gina's going to talk more about that. Our interest in service dogs and the potential therapeutic effects that service dogs can provide folks with disabilities is another, it's sort of been our interest for some time. We have an existing NIOSH project that we call ROVER, stands for Returning Our Veterans to Employment and Reintegration. It addresses NIOSH's interest in return to work issues and also with the population of veterans. For a long time, veterans were not on the radar screen for NIOSH. You know, that was sort of a VA problem, a DoD problem. But recently, NIOSH has begun to recognize that that veterans do deserve our focus and attention in terms of research. And so this Project Rover has been initiated to address some of those issues with those veterans. But we're also interested in looking at the therapeutic role that service dogs can play in helping veterans return to work and help deal with some of the stressors as they're trying to reintegrate into the community. The project, just briefly, I'm not going to go into a whole lot of detail, but we have 2 national surveys that we're administering. We have focus groups with veterans, and we even have a laboratory-based study where we're actually looking at work simulations, and we're bringing veterans in and look at their physiological reactivity to some stressors that we're creating that are like work-type stressors. And then we're also going to compare different conditions where they're going to be allowed to interact with dogs. And you know, we're going to look at the presence versus the absence of the dog, and does that make any difference in their reactivity to the stress? So that, again, as part of our background, we've been interested in animal-human interactions for some time, and it just sort of kind of gave rise to this new project. And so, Jean,
all right,
I'll let you pick up from there.
Okay. Well, I just also wanted to thank Carrie for the invitation to be here today. It's a really exciting time in my career. I mean, this project allows me to bring all of my background together and synthesize it in a new field and an exciting field. And being involved in the correctional officers program now gives us a really good test environment. I mean, if this thing's going to work, this certainly is going to be a place that we can prove that. So let me backdrop a little bit and talk about why dogs. Why do we feel like dogs may indeed have an impact? There is a tremendous amount of interest in this field growing right now. We went back as one of our first tasks and looked at the literature. And there's a broad-based literature in the field of the impact of animals on human health, but let me start by saying that it's not a real strong database. And so we feel fortunate getting in on the front end of correctional officer health, but also in helping to bring some stronger science to the field of animal-assisted interventions. When you look at the data here, I've highlighted in red all the journals where this data has been published, and it sort of brings to light the variety of disciplines that have interest in the fields, all the way from psychology and health to hypertension to medical journals, public health journals, and a lot of this comes out of the gerontology literature. So if we go back, and part of this interest in looking at the effect of dogs and animal interactions on health, again, goes back to BCOPS. It seems like everything comes back to John today. But, you know, when they looked at the effect of stress on police officers and the negative impact on cardiovascular health, we started looking at what little literature, strong literature there is there of the effects of animals on health. And there are some studies that show that indeed interacting with animals reduces both blood pressure and heart rate. There are 2 published studies here that we highlight. One is in normotensive individuals, so people that don't have problems with elevated blood pressure, that petting a dog or being allowed to pet and interact with a dog during stressful mental tasks, and they used arithmetic here, reduced heart rate and blood pressure. Another study looked at people that do have very severe hypertension, and I believe that these blood pressures ranged up in the high 180 systolics over 112 diastolic, and it was a study using lisinopril, a drug that's an ACE inhibitor that's used for blood pressure alone, or a drug pressure medication along with interacting with the dog. And the lisinopril dropped the systolic and diastolic blood pressures, but when people were allowed to interact with the dog, again, when doing stressful mental tasks, their blood pressures decreased even beyond taking the blood pressure medication. One of the very first studies that got a lot of attention related to cardiovascular risk in interactions with dogs was Freeman's study, where he followed up individuals 1 year post heart attacks, and there was an increased survival rate in pet ownership. And this was independent of other psychosocial supports that were in place and independent of the physiological condition of the person. So it wasn't just that pet owners had less severe heart disease, and it was a correlation. Now, one thing that I need to point out is that the great majority of the literature out there really is correlations at this point, and we need to do a little more work in terms of causality. If you look at sleep disturbance and fatigue, there are a couple of published studies that indicate that, again, these are mostly pet owners as opposed to the kinds of situations we're talking about, but pet owners make fewer doctor visits and are less likely to be on medication for sleep difficulties. This study by Hetty is a really interesting one, and they are very upfront. It's a study out of Australia. It's a large survey-based study, and they're upfront about the assumptions that they made, but they also did an economic impact study along with this. And so they were looking at pet owners versus non-pet owners, and the numbers of doctors' visits to their primary care physicians and the numbers of medications that they were taking related to cardiac issues and sleep. They took that data, and in the Australian system, people get their entree into health care through their primary care provider. So they used the reduction in doctors' visits as an estimation of reductions of overall health care, and came out with a calculation that they would save $1.8 billion, 5% of total health care expenditures, if everybody in Australia owned a pet. Now, that's a bit of a stretch, but that was sort of, their economic analysis of comparing pet owners and non-pet owners and their health. So if we look at sedentary behaviors, again, and this is one of the things that we're talking about with our correctional officers in this study, can we engage people in going out and walking more by giving them the opportunity to walk a dog? And these studies come out of Canada, out of Japan, and out of the U.S., that dog walk owners do walk more than non-owners. They walk longer, and they have higher physical activity levels. Not many studies have been done on work stress and work organization and the presence of pets, but there have been few. And if you'll notice along the bottom here, we have the dog in the White House and the dog at Google. Somebody brought up Google and how these are very different, but there is a trend more in the U.S., certainly more in Europe than there are here, but in bringing dogs into the workplace. And these studies have shown that work stress levels do tend to decline over the course of a day, and dog owners that bring their dogs to work, but that if they leave their dog at home that day, their stress increases over the day at the same rate that non-pet owners do. And then there was a survey of companies that allow pets in their workplace, and the employees perceived that the dogs did reduce their stress levels and impact their health. So how did this project originate? Because I can't stand here, and Oliver and I can't take credit for the origin of the FCI Morgantown program. And if you're going to talk about a total worker health project, this sort of is it. This project was actually initiated, and I need to give credit to two people at FCI Morgantown. One is the warden, Warden Carter, and the other is a unit manager, Mr. Miller. And they actually reached out to us and asked us to bring this service dog program into the prison. And I finally, as I got to know the warden, up front they talked about how important this would be to their veteran inmate population. And one day I said to her, what really made you think about dogs? And she said, okay, Jean, I'm going to tell you the truth. She said, I came to interview for this position, and you see how beautiful this campus is, but there was duck poop everywhere. and I said to myself, how do you get rid of the geese and the ducks? Because they were over, there's a beautiful stream that runs through the place. The geese were overwintering there, and this is not an image of FCI Morgantown, but it could have been. And this chart down here is realistic. I found this on Google, and Oliver said, is this true? Do geese really have that much waste material a day? And it's actually an underestimation. It's 1.5 pounds per every goose per day. So she said, how can we get rid of the geese? And she went, you know what? I've heard about dog programs at prisons. If we had dogs here, these geese would be gone. And so that's how it started. It started based on geese. And so you talk about total worker health protection. Geese carry a lot of zoonotic disease. And there's problems with slips. You've heard that expression about slippery as goose poop. Well, it's preventing slips and falls and preventing zoonotic disease of GI infection and potential respiratory infections and cleaning up the place. But what has happened is something that has greater value than that, I believe. This is our group, our initial group of veterans that started in with the project. We have 20 inmates that are involved as trainers for the dog, and about another 10 that are involved in maintenance type work. It was initiated out of a West Virginia University program that we started about 8 years ago, and I say we now as an adjunct faculty member in the Division of Animal and Nutritional Sciences. They teach 3 courses there in service dog training to their pre-veterinary students and their pre-med and ancillary allied health students. It increases disability awareness and gives them some companion animal training. So when they reached out to us and said, can you bring this training program there, we took the educational program that we had for the students and compressed it a bit and teach it to the inmates. The warden is a remarkable person. I have been so impressed with her, both in terms of her concern for her employees as well as the inmates there. And she said, I know our veterans are in prison because they committed crimes, but they served our country. And part of the reasons that they're incarcerated are because of some of the mental health issues that they face and problems with employment when they come back, and we owe them a service. And so she initiated this program for that purpose. And so we started about 6 months ago, and we have done a 6-month review of the program. This is, again, it's based off of our university program, and it's important, I think, to grasp what the training program consists of to understand the impact that it has both on inmates and correctional officers. It's a totally positive reinforcement training program. The animals are not physically corrected in any way other than possibly a very slight pull on a leash for correction. The inmates have to use very high-pitched voices in order to get the dogs to respond. So as you can imagine, this group of big burly inmates going, yep, good puppy, good boy. It's all over the place. And it has an effect on the whole environment of the prison. When I first came in about 2 or 3 weeks after the dogs came and talked to the warden and asked her what she thought the impact on the inmates was, she said, Jean, we're missing something here. I didn't expect this, but this is impacting our correctional officers. We're having people call and saying, can you have an inmate bring the dogs to my office? When things get tough, people say, I want a break. I'm going to go see the dogs. They are asking for the dogs to be an integral part of their day. So when we did our 6-month evaluation, we met with every inmate individually, and we asked them how they felt it was going, what changes we needed to make, and what impact it was making. And this is a list of the kinds of things that they said. I put this picture of the little dog with a strip of bacon on his nose, And this is realistic. I mean, this is the kind of thing they're training these dogs to do. You have to be consistent. You have to be patient. So we're modifying their behavior as they're modifying the behavior of the dogs. They talked a lot about the importance of job skills. You know, they're in there, they're now a felon, they're going to have to come out and find a job on the outside. That's not easy to do, so they tell me. And they said, you know, this is something we love. You know, their affects have just been really narrowed when they're, you know, a lot of these guys had mental health problems when they came in, or drug abuse problems, and then they develop what people, I'm new to corrections, but they say there's this mentality when you come in of the inmates that you take care of yourself and you focus on staying in line and getting the heck out of there. And there's no sense of community. It's creating a sense of community amongst the inmates because they can't train these dogs individually. They do it as a group. It's building teams. And so they say, you know, probably, I would say 60 to 80% of these guys tell us that they want to work in some animal-related field when they get out now. So we have a meeting set up with the Department of Labor. There is an apprenticeship program. They have numerous apprenticeship programs at the prison, but there's evidently one on the books in animal training. So we're going to try to bring that Department of Labor approved apprenticeship program, which is a 4,000 hours, that they will leave with a certification in animal training that hopefully will help them gain employment. There's some literature that I didn't show, a program out of Australia that, again, not a real rigorous study, but showed a decrease in recidivism in inmates that worked in an animal training program where they rescued greyhounds and trained them just to be adoptable, and they showed some reduction in recidivism there. These guys have a tremendous pride in helping wounded veterans. Once these dogs are trained, they're placed with veterans with disabilities. We had our first veteran come in. What we do is about 2 weeks to 2 months before the dogs are placed, we do the selection of who they're going to go with, and then fine-tune the skills of the dogs to match the needs of the person that will accept it. The young man rock climbing with his dog was the first veteran that got a dog out of the prison program. This dog spent his last about 4 months being trained there. This guy came in and told his story, and I had talked to Josh numerous times before, and never had he opened up the way that he did to these guys, telling the really horrible details of his PTSD. And he talked about not being able to sleep in bed with his wife anymore because she'd woken up with black eyes too many times. And when he woke up with his arms or his hands around her throat, he decided something had to be done. And so they trained his dog to monitor his heart rate. He wears a monitor. When his heart rate hits a certain level, the dog wakes him up safely. And so it's, you know, it's that kind of thing. And these guys are taking incredible pride in being able to provide a service while they're incarcerated for, again, other veterans. When we held the graduation exercise, it was for the inmates that were training, but we opened it up to anyone who wanted to come. And it was amazing the number of correctional officers and employees that came. And they, too, are taking pride in the work that the prison is doing, aside from just the correctional work of helping to provide dogs for veterans with disabilities. And so the warden did a little survey and got back comments from the employees, you know, because they didn't know. Were they going to see this as an extra burden? Was it going to be extra work? Are there people that don't like dogs? There was not a negative comment received. Most people wanted to see more dogs. They wanted the employees to be able to participate in the training. They wanted to be able to dog sit when the inmates had to go somewhere they couldn't take the dogs with them. And of course, they wanted them to chase the geese. So we see this as a win-win-win situation. The VA and the Department of Defense have made a determination that they will not provide benefits to veterans with psychological disabilities at this time because they say there's no empirical data to support it. There are currently 2 studies being funded, one by the VA and one by the DoD, to begin to collect some of that data. If indeed they come back and say, yes, we will fund these dogs, there are not enough dogs available. Oliver talked about the surveys that we've done. One of them surveyed all service dog providers, and we asked them what their wait list was currently. This is without the VA providing benefits. And the responses came back predominantly 1 to 2 or 2 to 4 years that individuals are currently waiting. The inmates are doing a much better job of training these dogs than our students at the universities do. We have 7-month-old golden retriever puppies that are performing at the rate of the 2-year-old dogs in the university program. It's their job. They're paid to do this, and they do it 24 hours a day. There's a lot of oversight. It's a controlled program. And so I think prisons would be a wonderful place to train these dogs. So it's a win for the inmates. It says some of them, and the psychologist has come to us and said, you know, we've had guys that haven't hardly spoken to anyone in the 5 years they've been here. These dogs are opening them up. They're making a connection with a dog, and it's facilitating interactions with other people. People will come up, and we got the same thing from people with disabilities in a wheelchair. They say it makes the chair disappear. People come up and talk to them about their dogs, not about their disability. The employees at the prison are coming up and talking to the inmates about their dogs, not about why they're incarcerated or, you know, what else is going on there today. So it's creating a very different environment. So it's a win for the inmates. They say, some of them told us that they have something to talk to their families about now when they call. They talk to their kids about dogs, and it brings that back together again. It's a win, obviously, for the veterans that are receiving the dogs. And our question is it going to be a win for the correctional officers and the employees in the prison? Oliver's stepping up, so I got to give it back to him.
Thanks. You left me no time.
You got 15 minutes.
As you can tell, Jean is very passionate about this, and anybody that she talks to about this just kind of, you know, you just feel obligated to help, and so and I got sucked in as well. But this is this. This is just briefly, and I'll try to wrap this up really quickly in the last few slides here. The design of the Total Worker Health Project now focused on the employees. I'll just briefly give you a little bit of an overview of what we're doing. Now, this is still kind of evolving. We're still working with the warden and the other prison staff to kind of figure out some of what's feasible and what may not be feasible. But right now, this is kind of our working draft of what we want to do. We were starting out with approximately 170 employees. What we want to do is for the total worker health part of this, we want to help them implement a sort of an education and training program. Currently, they really don't have anything in the way of wellness training, any health promotion training whatsoever. They have in-services every year that all the employees have to take that just talks about the EAP program and maybe a little bit of stress management and safety, but that's the extent of it. And so we really want to help them ramp up some of the education and training materials that they offer with respect to health promotion. And we're actually hoping that this group, and maybe with collaborations with Kerry and his group, we might be able to come up with a really good program. Obviously, we want to incorporate the importance of exercise, diet, sleep, stress management, all of that. We want to have part of the package. This will be presented to all of the employees as part of their training, mandatory training. And then we also want to offer some health status screening to volunteers. We want to get a health history, get some measure of activity levels, risk factors, BMI, maybe some other anthropomorphic measures, and present that information to the employees as well, and maybe some of them who see themselves at high risk for certain illnesses maybe might help motivate them to participate in the exercise intervention part of this. And that's the exercise intervention part of this is the walking programs, where we want to make available to all of the employees at the prison, not just the correctional officers, but all of them, 30-minute sessions at least 5 times a day from early morning to early evening. So we want to try to have a time so that employees of all 3 shifts would be able to participate. We want to encourage them to participate at least 5 times a week. And what we're going to do is have 2 conditions where we're going to offer an opportunity to walk with a dog and walk without a dog. And in fact, we want to use a randomized crossover design where the volunteers will first be assigned to one of those conditions, and then after 3 months of evaluation or so, then they'll be switched to the other condition. So we'll be able to do some within groups comparisons there. Again, we're actually working with them now to maybe extend that evaluation period and maybe instead of just A/B sort of design, maybe do A/B/A/B just for more control. Just briefly again, some of the outcome measures across the different phases of the project. We have the first part, which is just the education and training part. And this will be offered to all the employees. We'll do some knowledge and awareness assessment. We'll offer their health screening, and then the intervention walking program. At this point, we're thinking up to about six months or so of evaluation, but we want to do some self-reported measures of job stress, generalized stress, job satisfaction, fatigue, sleep patterns, and so forth, collect all those measures, and then also for each walking session, the 30-minute walking session, we're going to give activity monitors to the walkers. We think that we get a measure of actual physical activity while they're walking because as Jane mentioned, we think that when walking a dog, the quality of your exercise may improve. You might walk at a faster pace, you might walk for a longer duration, and so we'd like to capture that and measure that. And we're also going to get blood pressure, heart rate before and after as well. So, and then we have some post-intervention and follow-up assessments. We want to see if there are any short-term gains from this in terms of some self-reported measures, but we also want to look at some organizational metrics, absenteeism, utilization of EAP, and so forth, and do that immediately after the intervention, but also longer term. So we hope to do some follow-up, 12 months, 18 months afterwards. Just some future directions. We, as I mentioned before, we hope to work with Kerry and his group to consider some ways to ramp up their education and training with respect to total worker health. Of course, we hope to, this is sort of a pilot project, and we really hope to learn from what works and what doesn't, and hopefully implement this in other prison systems across the country. And it also relates to our general interest, as Jean mentioned, that this idea of human-animal interactions and the role that animals can play in the workplace. This is something that there's really not a whole lot known about. There's certainly not a whole lot of empirical research. What you do see is talking about all the positive benefits that are purported to come about from animals in the workplace, but there could be a lot of problems, health and safety related, and we think NIOSH would be in a good position to kind of look at that issue and maybe provide some guidance. Just to acknowledge our collaborators, we work closely with West Virginia University, which is in Morgantown, and Mary Ann Carter and Ed Baker at FCI Morgantown. So thank you.
So we have a few extra minutes here. We're going to take a few. So ask any questions about the program or anything. So we will be eating lunch here and getting boxed lunches, but we can entertain questions for a few minutes.
So we talked about the health improvement with the inmates and everything, but what about the incentive to be well behaved to get into the program? How did that affect the inmate population? Did you look at that?
That's a great question. We did, someone asked me last night whether we had concerns for the dogs going in, and I will tell you, as a veterinarian, my primary concern with this going in was the health and well-being of the dogs. So we had a very rigorous screening program, which we hope to package this entire program to be able to disseminate it. So the first phase was the warden and the captain went back through all of their history. I got ready to say medical history, sorry about that, but went back through their correctional history. Anyone that had a history, and this is minimum security, so child abuse, animal abuse, any violence in their background, they weren't even interviewed. We then had them fill out an application. Part of it was writing an essay of how you thought this would impact you and how you would use these skills when you were released. And then we sat down again with the unit manager, couple of the caseworkers, the assistant warden, the warden, and interviewed all these guys and made selections. They were told up front that any behavioral infractions, they were kicked out of the program. The program's been in place for 6 months. We have lost one person, and it was because of smoking. So it's a great incentive to be on your best behavior. I was concerned when we came in that this was going to be novel and new, and we started with 8-week-old fuzzy golden retriever puppies. I mean, who doesn't want to be part of that? And, you know, these guys had to house train them. They were getting up every 2 hours all night long to take these dogs out. I thought, you know, they're going to get tired of this. I was in there last week. They are every bit as enthusiastic as they ever were. I walk in the front door and the staff goes, "Are you going to bring some more dogs soon? You know, we want more dogs." The enthusiasm is continuing to build. We have correctional officers asking to be transferred to the unit where the dogs are housed. You know, so it's not that it's more work and nobody wants anything to do with it. I mean, it really has been one of the most successful programs that I've ever been involved with. Admittedly, it's early, and we haven't put any evaluations in place. And like I say, this did not start as a NIOSH initiative. It started through West Virginia University, and it's just a great opportunity for NIOSH to get involved. Yes? Anybody?
Thanks. I was just wondering if you have any plans to expand the program into facilities that already have puppy raising programs. In Oregon, we have a women's prison that does puppy raising. We also have Project Pooch, where youth take shelter dogs, rescue dogs, and
you know, what the answer to that is yes, we would love to expand this program. And like I say, I've been involved with another program in a women's maximum security prison at Hazleton. I'm involved with a nonprofit organization, and our nonprofit with another one started a program there. And it has continued. The other organization took over after we established it and continues to run it. I don't know how well when you say go into prisons that already have programs. There is, it's like a lot of different disciplines. Somebody was talking earlier about the competition that you get into with academics. Amongst service dog providing organizations, there's also a lot of competition because resources are limited. So we're not trying to push anyone else out. There are plenty of prisons out there that don't have programs at all. We certainly would love to share what we learn and share our protocols with other organizations if they're interested, but we're certainly not trying to get in competition and push people out that are already entrenched in facilities.
Follow up?
Yeah.
In terms of adapting a program, I guess that's what I meant.
can you adapt an existing program for the dog walking part for employees? Because
Oh,
that's not
absolutely.
part of what
Absolutely.
those two programs
Yeah.
do
I
right
mean,
now.
once we get this in place and have that protocol, I don't see why and there are, and I wanted to bring that up, this is not novel. There are a lot of other prisons that have dog programs. They vary from behavior problems with shelter dogs, lots of things. But I see no reason that they shouldn't be adapting those. It's good for the dogs for socialization, and it's obviously, or I shouldn't say that, we hope to show that it will be beneficial for the employees. Oliver, do you want to add something to that?
I was just going to say that, yeah, one of our reviewers commented on that in terms of the widespread applicability of this type of approach in other prison systems. And because there are dog training programs in other prison systems, I mean, and the dogs are there, it just makes sense that this is something that could be adapted regardless of the nature of the training program. The dogs are there. Now, we're not sure if it would, we're working with a minimum security. I mean, with maximum security penitentiaries, there's obviously some other factors that will be involved in terms of handing the dogs off to the employees or whoever might be in charge of that. But those are logistics that we will tackle later on.
And Oliver talked about health and safety issues too. I mean, if you talk about programs that are trying to rehabilitate shelter dogs, and I know there's some programs that actually work with behavior problem dogs, so you have to be concerned about the safety of novice handlers and passing them off to employees. We don't want to create problems. Yes, ma'am.
Can you say just a little bit more about what happens is there a program to train the dogs about the environment? There's things that they're going to encounter when they go with the veteran, as a service dog, that they don't see in the prison. Do they go with a family on the weekends? Could the DOs take them home on weekends? How does that work?
Another great question, and one of the reasons that it works so well in a minimum security prison, we have our one trainer, and then we have teaching assistants from the university that come in and assist in training. And the students take the dogs out on weekends and for field trips. But again, because one of the requirements, well, that's not true. They're not required to have community release, but of the inmates that are in the program that do have community release, they actually take field trips and take the dogs out. And one of the things that the warden had said there was that it would need to be the university's responsibility to oversee these guys. The correctional officers want to go. So they're requesting that they get to go out in the field with them. So it gets them out of the prison and into the community, but our students do take them as well. Yes, ma'am.
Just a question for you. You mentioned an activity device that was used.
Yes.
Can you explain a little bit about what that
It's
was?
the little wrist, so the wristwatches that can, they have some that are research grade that are a little bit better and can do a pretty good job of recording activity and sleep as well. So. Yeah.
It's a lot of fun. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, guys, so we are going to take a break. It's 12:15. We were supposed to end at 12 and then have a 45-minute lunch, but what we're going to do to keep on track, we have lunches outside, veggie and the box lunches, sack lunches, drinks. So let's resume at the same time at 12:45. That way you can get outside for a half hour if you want to. And then if you want to go out now and come back and eat lunch, Dr. Elliott and I are going to present the next talk at 12:45. So you can eat your lunch during that time. So it's whatever you want to do. But yes, Laura.
Is the room going to be locked, and what about leaving laptops or taking them?
Is the room going to be locked, and can we leave everything in here?
It won't be locked.
But we'll have a staff person.
We'll be here.
We'll have a staff person here the whole time. Carol and Adrian and I will stay here. Yeah. Okay, so like I said, if we will resume at 12:45, and you can eat lunch then during the next talk. And by the way, we're going to have one 45-minute talk, and then we're going to break into the panel discussion, so there'll be opportunity to get up and walk around during those panels, okay? Thank you very much. The agenda for this afternoon, it's 12:50, and we have it was supposed to be a 45-minute presentation, but I think we can do it in about 35 minutes. And then we'll be on time for the afternoon sessions that'll start at 1:30, the panel, which I'll have a slide on how we're going to do those breakout panels. So enjoy your lunch and enjoy this talk, and if you need to sleep, now would be a good time during our talk. So we'll have a little siesta time, put on soft music. My name is Kerry Keel. I'm a professor of medicine at Oregon Health and Science University. Diane Elliott, who is, we're co-partnering this talk, is also a professor of medicine at Oregon Health Science University. And Diane hired me as the exercise physiologist in 1983. So everything I am or could ever be is because of Diane Elliott. She actually was my mentor during my K training grant, and really has, her and Lynn Goldberg, our other partner, really did mentor me and bring me along. So what we want to present today, or for the next half hour, is really a project that got funded at the same time of John Violente's program in 1999. Diane Elliott applied and got a grant for firefighters, and I'll talk about how we got funded on that. But we're gonna show you an evolution of a intervention that was quite successful, a team-based intervention, and then taking that from science to service. Our experience of having 2 additional grants for a dissemination and translation of a program. And now the culmination is going to be in STTR Phase 2, where she's going to digitize this entire curriculum into an easily disseminatable and usable app for this wellness program, this health and safety program. So with that, I want to thank the Oregon Department of Corrections for partnering with us on our research. Also, the Oregon Institute of Occupational Health Science, Dr. Steve Shea and Ken Anger, our Oregon Healthy Workforce Center. And then we'd like to thank CPH New as well. And then the FLAME study. The FLAME study was funded by the National Institute of Arthritis and Musculoskeletal, the NIH branch for arthritis and musculoskeletal health. NCI funded us the second 5 years, the NINR, and then NCAT. So the objectives of this next half hour, number one, we'll describe the FLAME program. It's a team-centered, peer-led program, a total worker health program, health protection, and health promotion program and its outcomes. And then really to draw parallels between, can we translate some of the information we've learned from fire and my police SHIELD study, which is a current NIOSH-funded study on law enforcement officers, and can we translate that into corrections? We're going to describe the findings concerning the program adoption and implementation, and then again share our lessons about program dissemination. So we've talked about some safety issues today, and Jeff this afternoon is going to be talking more about safety and corrections, but I'm a health promotion. We're health promotion. We've learned a little bit about safety, but you know, why promote health behavior? Why promote healthy lifestyles? Because unfortunately, what we die from, 70% of our healthcare costs are due to lifestyle. 1 in 5 Americans still smoke. 3 out of 4 eat an unhealthy diet. 4 out of 5 do not exercise. So only 20% of Americans exercise enough to change and alter chronic disease. 7 out of 10, unfortunately, are overweight, a third obese and a third overweight, which it's even more startling when I show you the statistics from corrections, what the overweight is there. Only 8% are at ideal body weight among our cohort of corrections officers. And at least 5 to 10 are sleep deprived. Diane and I wrote, the IAFC, International Association of Fire Chiefs, asked us to write a report, and the United States Fire USFA asked us to write a report on the effects of sleep deprivation on EMS. So I think it's one of the best reports on the effects of sleep deprivation on firefighter and EMS. We present the acute and chronic effects of sleep-related illness, sleep disorder, and then we provide mitigation strategies, and our FLAME program has those mitigation strategies in there. So a significant amount of illness, acute and chronic illness, come from sleep deprivation in this country. FLAME was funded in 1999, as I said, the same time as John's BCOP study. And the RFA went out and it said, we want you to choose a high-risk population and do at least 2, if not 3, behavior change interventions on that high-risk population. And they were targeting smoking, exercise, diet, obesity, injury, illness. So actually, we chose firefighters and got completely rejected on the first. And they said, firefighters are already healthy. Why are you choosing firefighters? You know, it's not a high-risk population. So previously, we demonstrated that among high school athletes, team-based, peer-led behavior change programs work. So among high school football players, among middle school and female high school athletes, Dr. Elliott's Athena program, Dr. Goldberg's Atlas program, really showed improved nutrition, exercise, health behaviors, reduced drug use. It was durable. 3 years after the high school female athletes graduated from high school, they were 50% less likely to use drug use. They had less eating disorders, less supplement use. That was just from a 1-year intervention. So team-based programs worked. Could we take that? Could we extend it into the workplace? Could we take this 12-week, 1-hour curriculum, 30 minutes once a week, 12-week program, team-based, peer-led, and transfer that into the real world? So we thought, who is a natural team-based setting in the workplace? Firefighters. Eat together, shop together, sleep together, live together. Well, not sleep together. Sleep close. And now there's separate rooms for male and female, but when we started, there wasn't separate rooms for male and female. But so the point is they live together. They're a family. So we thought, let's extend this team-based program that worked, this peer-led team-based program that worked, and let's extend it into the workplace. But then they still said, firefighters they're not high risk. But we showed that indeed they were high risk from our own research, but also from national data, that more than 65% have greater than 3 cardiac risk factors and 40% have greater than 4 cardiac risk factors. They have the highest on-the-job heart attack rate of any occupation. What they die from on the job is heart attack. And it's not so much the 20, 30-year-olds, they all look super fit. It's as you get into your 40s, and from this previous picture every fire station have lazy boys in them. And that's where they sleep and nap. They get a couple calls a day. So really the 40, 50-year-olds, it's not an active lifestyle. So the good news is we got funded. We also know that they have about 8 to 9 times the rate of injury rates as private industry. And those injury rates occur despite fires. Most fires occur in the afternoon, but that's not when firefighter injuries occur. You'd think, right? The fire ground, injuries, fighting a fire, holding all that gear, slipping around. That's not when the injuries occur. They happen when they get a call at 1 in the morning and they fall down the trip around, they stumble around. So sleep deprivation, waking up to that alarm and moving. So injuries occur between midnight and 6 a.m., but most fires occur in the afternoon. So we know that sleep and longer hours have an effect on injuries, sleep deprivation. So here's the FLAME study. This was the original study. We had 678 firefighters originally volunteer to participate in the study, and they were randomized by station. So we didn't randomize by firefighter. We had 36 fire stations in Portland. 12 stations they all got tested. They all got comprehensive testing, EKG, physician comprehensive testing, VO2 max, blood work. They all got testing and their results. That's the control group. And then 12 of the stations, or over 250, got one-on-one coaching. And then 12 fire stations, or approximately 250 firefighters, got our team-based wellness program, where once a week for 60 minutes for 12 weeks they went through our intervention. So as I said, they all got annual assessment, and we followed them for 4 additional years after the 2-year study, and body composition survey. This is the way the team-based curriculum looks like. So this is, there's a team leader manual, and amazingly, if I gave this to Dr. Panett right now, she could lead her table. You could, guaranteed. This is a scripted curriculum. You could lead your table without knowing anything about in this hour. The activities are nutrition, exercise, stress, supplements, what kind of protein, how much protein, how often should you hydrate, sleep, how many hours of sleep. This is all a very interactive, scripted curriculum that's gamified, it's fun, it's interactive, there's competition built in. The scope and sequence has been really defined over 25 years, so it's very specific how you do the sequence, and that the content has been modified from both mediation and moderation. We know the moderators, and so we've been able to refine the program. So this is a scripted, easy-to-do program. You get all the bells and whistles with it. There's a team box that have some fun stuff in it. They do get it cut up, do some very active, tangible. They cut up Crisco. They analyze the amount of fat in their favorite snack, and then they got this little thing of Crisco, and they find out how much fat is in their snack. So there's some very, very fun, practical things that go along with this. There's a Flameopoly game. This is a Jeopardy game, Monopoly game that's done. There's the Firefighter Challenge where they, if they eat 5 servings of fruits and vegetables a day, they climb the ladder and put out the fire. So there's a lot of fun activities. As I said, fun learning activities. Activities are related to diet, exercise, body weight, injury. So it's led by a team member using scripted lesson plans, and then the competition is built in with shifts in other departments. This is an example of what the curriculum looks like. So you can see that it's very easy to follow. This one is protein and foods, where the firefighter is the checkpoint. That's what the team leader reads that day, and they go through and as I said, they don't have to be familiar even with the program before. Minimal preparation time, 12 one-hour sessions done at the station, and the cost, the materials for all of our research is about $85 per person, one-time cost. A fire helmet is $250. A doctor visit, well, I charge $1,000. Most people charge $100, but no. Doctor visits. This is a third of a doctor visit one-time cost. So this is the way the program looks when they do it. They're sitting around. So we don't want to micromanage and tell them when to do this. We give them the stuff and say approximately once a week you do it. They go on shift. They try to do it. Sometimes they get called. It's a disaster day. They don't get to it. We average 10 out of 12 sessions completed in the study. So they got through 90% of all the material and all the curriculum. But, you know, this is real world. You do it at your work. You find, for our police, we did the same thing with my SHIELD study. We're in the 5th year of almost 500 law enforcement personnel. And they find a time to do it. And they find it's at the half-hour briefing in the morning. It's at lunch. It's when they meet at Subway and go through it. So again, we don't micromanage. It's up to the work group, that natural team of when they want to do the program. Firefighters are easy to do. They do it on shift. There's 4 to 7 firefighters per shift. It was easy for them to do the program. So the results are published. I think we have near 20 publications in peer-reviewed journals, and this was the 1-year findings published in JOEM. And we showed a significant improvement in fruits and vegetables. We showed overall well-being. There wasn't a reduction in body weight, but there was no change in body weight as compared to the control group that had an increase in BMI. Amazingly, the reason this worked well in fire department is because they shop, cook, sleep, clean, work together. And so the culture changed. And so 4 years after the intervention, we controlled for age, for retirement. We had a lower body weight among individuals. We had increased VO2 max among individuals. We had improved diet and exercise behaviors 4 years after we left. So the culture changed. They're eating healthier. They're shopping better. Some people did say it was the accountability of having that support of watching each other's back at work. We do have a family component. You go home and you learn how to cook. You continue these healthy habits at home. But really, it was a change in culture. So we think there was this tipping point to where finally, You know, you didn't want to have a bag of M&Ms in front of you. You didn't want to have that drawer of M&Ms. Those cookies were replaced with healthy snacks, and there was a significant culture change that, again, we've published. We didn't set out to reduce injury rates. We set out to improve exercise, nutrition, smoking, alcohol, tobacco, sleep. But when we asked a question on the survey, have you filed, did you get an injury in the last 30 days? Did you file a work comp claim in the last 6 months? In our intervention group, there was a 35% reduction in self-reported injury rates and work comp claims. So I scratched our head and said, what happened during 1999 to 2004? Something pretty significant happened, 9/11. And there was a safety culture change everywhere. A lot of resources were going in. So what I wanted to know was Portland unique, and is this a national trend that injury rates went down during this time? So we examined other Oregon fire departments, similar size, urban, suburban setting, and found that indeed Flame did have a significant reduction in work comp claims and injury rates as compared to similar Oregon-based fire departments. So it just wasn't. In fact, when we looked at that data, there was a significant change just after 1 year in work comp claims and injury rates. The reduction equaled about $1,000 for this $100 investment. So for City of Portland, saved them $1 million with their 678 firefighters. And it was that, at the time, the police chief that said, can you do the same thing for our cops that you did for our firefighters? And that's when we started applying for law enforcement and then finally got funded to do the same thing to see if we could translate this curriculum, this team-based curriculum, into law enforcement officers. So we had an ROI of 4.6 to 1. That's published in Ahmed. And so we thought, well, what is the difference between corrections officers, firefighters, and police officers? So this is sort of hot off the press data because we have our fire data. I now have my police officer data, which just got published a couple months ago. And now we're doing corrections, and we have some hot off the press corrections data. It's a small study of 85 people, but we can compare the condition, the health risks between fire, police, and corrections. You'd think they'd be pretty similar, right? I mean, corrections officers do work in prisons, but they're law officers. Police may be a little more active, some of them, but, you know, police have a lot of desk jockeys that sit around that don't do any work. You have your enforcement group, patrol group, and then you have your SWAT team that are highly trained, but, you know, you have a lot of desk jockeys in police. And we've showed you the health risks of fire. So our COs, do they look worse? So I haven't put in, these are the averages. I haven't even put in standard deviations yet. These are 200 males with 60 police officers, 60 firefighters, and 80 corrections officers. They're all male. So look at this. They're all, the top row, they're all about the same age. Years of work, they're all about the same, 12, 13, 14. Their BMI, concerning. A BMI of 25 to 29 or 19 to 25 is optimal. 25 to 29 is overweight, and more than 30 is class 1 obesity. Firefighters, 27. Police officers, 29. These 88 COs, or I'm sorry, 85 COs averaged a BMI of 33 among the males, considered class 1 obesity. Now, one of the criticisms of using height and weight is that it doesn't really assess my bone. I'm just big boned, right? Most firefighters, most police officers, COs, they're just big boned. So BMI doesn't accurately reflect obesity. Okay, well, let's do percent body fat. Let's measure their body fat, and it found that it was 22 for, again, mildly overweight, but 25 for police officers. But again, correctional officers had a significant difference in percent body fat, which is considered obesity among these COs. Waist circumference, anything over 40 is considered too big a waist circumference, no matter if you're 10 foot tall. Goliath, if he had a waist circumference of 40, he may be considered a large central obesity. Anything over 40. So there's 40 for the COs. Glucose, anything over 100 is considered elevated blood sugar and pre-diabetic. So COs, again, have an elevated blood sugar. Anything over 150 for triglycerides is considered elevated triglycerides. The police officers had, a majority had elevated, and the COs had over 200 milligrams per deciliter. Blood pressure, pretty normal for firefighter, pretty normal, mildly elevated for police, but then considered hypertensive, the majority of the mean. Again, this is average. Metabolic syndrome, 19%. In John's study, I believe, John, in BCOPS, you have a healthy cohort. Did you have 16% of your police officers with metabolic syndrome in your first publication, I think? Okay, because, okay, 30%? That makes sense. Sorry, I don't know where I got that. But the average U.S. adult is around 25% metabolic syndrome. That's if you have 3 out of 5 criteria. So if you have 3, high blood pressure, low HDL, high triglycerides, high blood sugar, and elevated waist to hip ratio greater than 0.9 for men, 0.8 for women. If you have 3 out of those 5, you're considered to have metabolic syndrome, which is a totally preventable chronic illness that increases your risk of premature cardiovascular disease. And exercise is the treatment, and certainly weight loss. Totally preventable disease. 19% for the firefighters. Again, normal adult U.S. population, 25. We had 34% metabolic syndrome in our police cohort, and 52% of these correctional officers have metabolic syndrome. So you wonder, kind of scratch your head and go, what's the difference? Police, high PTSD, hypervigilance, high cortisol, shift work, sleep deprived, metabolic syndrome. Why are COs that much higher? And again, what is it about this environment? What is it about their job? As Mitch Morrill said, highest unscheduled absenteeism rates, highest work comp claims in the state of Oregon. Why? We don't know why, but we hope to find out. Lastly, I did a survey in our first year of our pilot-funded study. We looked at, for those of you that work at minimum, medium, and maximum security prisons, when we randomized our stations, our prisons, for our intervention, we wanted to know, was there a difference between our COs working at different prison level security? And this has never been, I just submitted this for publication, but this has not been shown before in the literature, that there is a difference between minimum, medium, and maximum security on weight of our group, on work stress, perceived work stress, on self-reported alcohol intake, concern about alcohol intake, and missed work days. So as prison security level increase, CO stress, unhealthy alcohol use, and missed days increase. So it may be that we do different intervention, or we need to understand at least that there's a difference between COs that work at different levels of prison security. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Elliott, who will talk about Ignite and our dissemination.
I don't know if it's harder to follow golden retriever puppies or Carrie. So he told you that if we build it, will it work? And the answer is yes. And you're going to work this afternoon with some problems and solutions. So I want to get you thinking your self-efficacy is high, that you can solve some problems and make some inroads. We're all the choir here. We know there's a problem. The issue is how to make some inroads to make it better for COs. Because it's been a criticism of some of the research that came out of NIH and still comes out of NIH. There's all breakthrough and no follow-through. So the idea about dissemination, translation is a big deal now. And I'm going to talk a little bit more about FLAME and what did we do after we made it work. Because even though it worked, people didn't come to us asking for the program. Even though it had a high ROI, it was hard for us to get it out there. And so let me tell you a little bit more about what happened after we showed that it was effective in its initial controlled trials. In 2009, remember the stimulus package, and there was a lot of money available for 2-year grants. One of them was for pathways to translational research, and that's how we studied FLAME. We are really big in acronyms here, and this one was called IGNITE, Investigations to Guide New Insights for Translational Effectiveness. And I don't want you to think I didn't know how to spell FLAME. The original trial was Promoting Healthy Lifestyles, Alternative Models Effects, although the fire chief in Portland did ask us, did say to us when we first went to him, you spelled it wrong. So we were funded to look at a translational model. And when I say translation, everybody talks about it a little bit differently. For us, it's really we think about it as a two-phase process. Adoption, that is getting people to acknowledge and accept a program, to say we're going to do it, and then to implement it and use it, kind of a two-step process. And so we sent materials to all the medium-sized fire departments in Oregon and Washington. We sent them a personalized letter to the chief, to the wellness officer, and to the union head. We sent them a DVD, and I'll show you about that. And we sent them a glossy folder, looked like this, to all the moderately sized fire departments in Oregon and Washington, to 3 key people. And that's what that looked like inside the DVD, and a personalized letter to each of the 3 people. We've been particularly interested in videos as a way to promote programs, promotional as training the trainer pieces, and as parts of the intervention, partly because our third partner that Carrie mentioned, son, went to film school, so we had this sort of cheap way to make videos. And let me show you the promotional video for FLAME, and as you watch it, look for 4 key features of a promotional video. Look for testimonials, opinion leaders, some social math, easily understandable science, and then look at what are the key features of the program that I'm going to care about. And so let me show you this video. So it's known that if you send out a mailing with a video, you'll get about 3 times the response of just a letter, and that if people watch a video versus read something, their retention is about double. So there is some reason to make videos. We sent this to 70 departments. We sent the material to 3 key people, all those pieces. How many do you think responded? You think in your mind. Got a number? 25. So we were pretty happy with that. 45 didn't. Of those 25, we talked to each one an average of 5 times. The range was 1 to 13 phone calls to people, contacts, before they finally made a decision. 19 did agree to participate, and then we picked 12 departments that were the study departments. So those were the adopter departments. And we talked to each of those 3 key decision makers in those 12 departments and matched them to 24 departments of the non-responders to look at what are the features that characterize adoption. Matched them to 24 and 12 and interviewed 100% of the people in the 12, 85% of those key 3 people in the 24. And what we found was, to our surprise, that 9 of the 24, almost a third, never saw the mailer. It never made it to anybody. It went on the desk, it went in the garbage. Somebody else opened it. It was huge just to get through to each of the departments. 3 of 24 already had a program, but really departmental features were a small factor in this. That over half of the people who did say they wanted to do it already had a department, already had a wellness program. So that wasn't a big feature. 3, there was chief turnover, and so there needed to be a willing chief. Not that they made the decision, but they gave permission rather than being proactive. Remember, these are relatively small fire departments, so average number 40 firefighters, average was 70, range was 40 to 140, but kind of like a small business. With a big business, the CEO might have a bigger role than the chief, who really just said whatever. But in 3 departments, there was no chief. There was a turnover, and then things fell through the cracks. The biggest feature that made it happen was having a champion in the department, somebody who picked it up and ran with it, jumped through the hoops, took it to the union, had everybody sign off on it, moved it forward. The opinion leader, really, they weren't always a high-profile individual in the department. So in the terminology of diffusion, sometimes these would be more called, and think about your own role in making change in your own organization. They were called organizational rascals more than change agents or opinion leaders. They were rascals. They got it done. And so it was the chief and champ model that seemed to be there. Needed a permissive chief and a go-getter champ that made it happen. And Carrie's daughter was our research assistant and traveled all over the state making those interviews. The second phase is then getting it from implementation to completion. And for the 12 fire departments that adopted the program, we visited them at baseline, had them all complete surveys, launched the program, went back 6 months later, did another set of surveys to look at outcomes. And in those surveys, we looked at what we thought we could get a handle on, things like tailoring, organizational features, leadership features, and then sort of turbulence or scheduling issues. Which of those really made a difference in getting it done in the department? This is where those departments were located all over the Pacific Northwest. That's one other team, and all those team boxes had to be carted all over the state. So what we did show was that flame did affect the things that we wanted to affect. So the effectiveness of it was confirmed. So we changed BMI, nutrition, quality of life. It was an uncontrolled trial, but in the departments that did it, there was changes in the firefighters in those departments. And what made a difference in getting it in there, the biggest deal was tailoring. So having some ability to modify the program themselves, to change it a little bit, to tweak it like they made it their own program. Really, there was some features, as Carrie mentioned, that we say, you can't change that, you can't change that. We know you need to do that to make it work. But there's lots of features that you can change, so that was critical. That was sort of the biggest feature. Leadership was a feature, and by leadership I mean that there was sort of consistency in the department. I said the chief didn't make that big a difference, but that everybody was sort of aligned and happy in the department did make a difference, that they were kind of a cohesive department. And scheduling issues, so things that could interfere with it. So the turbulence that you can't control, issues that happened where there was something unexpected made a difference. Being able to work around that was a critical feature. Organizational climate, we thought would be a big deal. People have talked about that, and that really didn't have anything to do with it. That really was not a feature. If the other things worked, it happened. So the take-home lessons to be thinking about from this as you think about moving the things you're going to work at over the next few hours forward are, for us, and you heard it earlier, that there's this issue about teams and team-centered, peer-led programs, the sort of bubbling up, the CP new, coming up through the organization, working together, can really change behavior. That changing health and safety behaviors can save costs, and I think that's a done deal. If you move people with behavior change, you will save costs. It's like treating hypertension. We know if you lower blood pressure, people are going to have less morbidity, you're going to save money. If you change people's behavior, you will save money. And if if you have enough participation, I'm not sure it was so much that they live together, it's if you have enough participation, you can change the culture. So we think that when we went back and did qualitative on what made the difference for durability, it was that there was a tipping point, that enough people were doing it. So thinking about getting enough penetration on a unit or a work group that it changes the behavior of everybody, that it becomes the culture then and takes on a life of its own. And that seemed to be what happened, why it was perpetuated. So as you think about things, think about dissemination early on. Initially, Carrie showed you the 3 groups, and that was why alternative models. We had sort of the motivational interviewing model, the team-based model. Well, motivational interviewing worked, but it's just so expensive. It was just unrealistic. What were we thinking about with that? It's just too expensive. Yeah, if I have a one-on-one coach with you, I can change your behavior, but I can't afford to do that. Especially it's so hard to track people down when they're busy. So think about, is this something that if I build it, it's going to be able to be moved out there? And that local champions, and again, that's coming up from within and making sure that everybody feels like they own it and that it's theirs and that they can tailor it. And plan dissemination strategies to involve partners early on. So that was really surprising to us, that it was so low that people didn't even see the mailers. And I guess I should have thought of that, because that's why the Humane Society sends me something every other month. Like I need to remove, what. And as much as you can think about the distribution channel, so we've really partnered with the Firefighters Union and tried to make that the way we can get this out there, to partner with them. And as much as you want to use carrots rather than sticks, there is a little bit of a stick. To get a FEMA grant, you need a behavioral component to a firefighter wellness program, and we have the behavioral program. So thinking about just distribution channels, carrots and sticks, well, how am I going to move this out there? Because it's not going to happen by itself. And then to align the program with the culture. And there's a lot of people here with expertise in what the culture of corrections is. And that's something where you need to align with what their culture is. So for us, in the 10 years since we started Flame, it's really easy to modify a paper and pencil curriculum. It's so easy. We just pull out pages, put them back in the workbook. But now that we know what pieces we need, and firefighting has gone through, everything's on their smartphones, and they do training online now, that we really want to digitalize this and now want to put it online. And that's what we're doing now, try to make this smartphone, web-based, smartphone accessible, but still keep it game, that they learn a curriculum, that there's competition, that there's peer support, and put that into it. But it's really expensive to build stuff online. And so that's the downside of it. Because in the piloting and evolving a program, it's just almost prohibitive to put it online. But we're at the place with Flame where we can do that now. And so we did pilot it and learn things from firefighters about they want it gamified enough, but not too gamified. So when they achieve something, the firefighter douses something, but when we had them play the woo, that was too much. But that's what you got to do. So we're in the process of doing that now. So that's where we are with that. So I want to just give my personal thanks to everybody who's made the effort to be here today. Thank you so much. Really want to give props to Carol and Aviana, who did so much putting this together. And all the worker bees here helping put it together. And now it's going to switch over.
Well, yeah. Just stay up. Any questions about dissemination, translation, about Flame, how to translate it into police and corrections?
I have one question about something I haven't heard yet that I've been thinking about a lot, which is proliferation of the knowledge peer to peer. So thinking about it from an epidemiological standpoint, I'm thinking about, so you've infected them with this virus for healthier living. How well do they transmit that to other peers who haven't had the training?
Yeah. So that's a great question. And in the follow-up studies, remember there was 2/3 in the intervention, and it diffused to the non-participants. So although firefighters are generally at a station, if somebody's off work, they travel around and so it did infect each other. It did infect the other people. Yeah, but that's a tipping point piece. If there's enough herd immunity, you can get everybody. Yeah.
So you mentioned you're moving your curriculum to a web-based. How have you thought about how much of a team is needed and how to continue to keep the team while still delivering content online or through smartphones?
Yeah, so that's a great question, and that was one of the pieces that was critical, and so they're going to sign up as a team and compete among each other, and on their on the dashboard, it'll have the pictures of the 4 firefighters on the shift, and there'll be ways that they can look at leaderboards and they get points, and like a game would be in that way. Yeah, so you're right. That is a critical piece of it. The peer support, what they call positive peer pressure, not although they can be a little bit, brother kind of thing. And in Portland, there is a fair number of women firefighters, about 8%, which is high for most departments. So. And you saw Rose on the video.
Sort of an Oregon question. Is this related to Healthy Team, Healthy You?
Yeah, Healthy Team, Healthy You is based on Flame. I mean, it's another program like that. Yeah, exactly. It's each time with Carrie Shield, then with Doc, we've gone to school on the previous program, and then said, well, what what makes this work? How can we refine it? Healthy Team, Healthy You is another wellness program, occupational wellness program that has both a computer and a paper curriculum piece. Yeah.
I wondered if you had approached or presented this information at like a national conference of firefighter chiefs or whatever, and once you get them, and then you at least have entree into those agencies.
There you go.
So there's close to 300,000 professional career firefighters and another 1 million plus volunteers. And so we have had very close iChief, IACP, and the IFF support of we've been presenting our flame data since 2000 at every conference. So they have been involved in partnering with us, and now they're helping us with our phase 2 STTR to roll it out. They will be a vehicle for dissemination. They don't know if they've never partnered and with a private enterprise to promote a product. This is one area though that they not only are considering, they're going to do because of the impact on wellness and because it's so inexpensive for the bang they get. We compared physician advice, in this, and believe it or not, doctors don't change behavior, unfortunately, us MD, Ahmed docs out there. We don't change behavior. So the model of going to the, primary cares are needed for your annual. We need to utilize that. But work sites, the impetus now is, to me, on the workplace to change behavior. 70% of U.S. adults go to work. We need to change culture at work, and because it's not happening in the doctor's office. And so they all got comprehensive testing. They all got told they had pre-diabetes, that they were overweight, that they had high blood pressure. Only half had doctors. They don't even utilize their insurance anyway, which is a problem. So, unfortunately, people say, oh, if you just give me your test results, I'll change. If I just know what's wrong, I'll change. Unfortunately, it doesn't happen. So. That's why you need a behavior change program, and that's why we are doing what we're doing. So, yeah.
So the ROI that you indicated, that was within the control group that you did the study with?
Exactly. And so that makes the ROI even more compelling, because if you take out comprehensive testing went into that ROI. So if you take out that $550, $600 price tag for comprehensive testing, ROI for the team-based intervention was more like 10 to 1, rather than published 4.5 to 1. And I state that in the publication that we had to include comprehensive testing because we couldn't separate that out. But the team-based program beat MI, beat health coaching by a lot.
And was there a specific arena within the work comp that you saw a decrease in resulting in that ROI?
So back injuries, as you can imagine. So it was severity of injury, and it was time away from work. Okay, great. So again, I think it only gets better this conference. Not to say that Violante wasn't great. He was the best.
Kerry, you have one.
But the panel groups, I think, will spur some awesome discussion and really help us then to formalize where we need to go. Yeah, Ken.
I've got a question. So people forget stuff. It's 12 scripted sessions. At OHSU, you've added on additional years of these. Are you envisioning that as something that's important for this? Or do you think those 12 scripted sessions, developing the teams, the culture will carry them forward?
So what Ken is alerting to is we've developed this program for OHSU employees, and we have 4 years. We have 1.0, 2.0, 3.0, 4.0. We have 4 years that kind of build on each other. In all of our research, we've only done one program, 1 year. And with Flame, it caught on this tipping point. The culture changed. In 4 years, we had improved outcome. In the SHIELD study, I'm preempting here a little bit, we had great changes at 6 months in sleep and stress and alcohol and tobacco. With this 30-minute once-a-week program for 12 weeks, very similar to this, adapted for police culture, we improved sleep quality, sleep quantity, stress, depression, nutrition, fruits and vegetables, significantly dietary fat. But I'm sorry to say we're looking at the 1 year data, and it doesn't look like what held up in fire didn't hold up in police. Now we have 2 year data too to see if that. But your question is, do we need more? And I think it is culture. It's job specific. For fire, it ignited. It took it its own, and they adopted and ran with it. For police, we're doing focus groups now, and Grace and Carol, we have a wonderful college intern who's going out and doing focus groups right now with all of our law enforcement officers and finding some really interesting stuff that we needed the accountability. We changed because of the team. We really liked meeting, but now we're not, and they reverted probably back to their old behavior. So you make a good point on durability. What will it take? I think it's going to take, for police, we need more years. We needed to spread out that program, needed some bridging activities. So we're learning from this. For corrections, we did the same program for corrections, added resiliency meditation, some other unique aspects for corrections. We had good results at 6 months. We'll see what happens, though, later on. Same thing. So we are going to end early and power through the summary. So for what we're going to do is each facilitator will share about 5 minutes on their topic and just try to summarize for us. You have your sheet in front of you on what to discuss. So we can start with table 1 and go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, or I can randomly choose from my random sampling in my brain. Mary, love these volunteers. Dr. Storr, thank you. Come on up. You just should be able to talk like that without.
Okay. Our presentation was on an organizational culture instrument for folks that didn't end up sitting at our speed dating table. We tested this instrument at one facility, so there's some problems, generalizability and norms and all that stuff. But we developed 7 dimensions based on the literature and 68 items, and administered it to all the correctional officers and sergeants at this facility, and found some very high reliability between the items and the dimensions in the instrument. But they didn't load, when we did factor analysis, they didn't load on the predicted 7 dimensions. We did exploratory analysis, and then we did Shohan May, grad student, superb, did some confirmatory analysis and found some very nice convergence on some of the dimensions. So we discussed that, and people had some great comments about whether organizational culture is different than organizational climate. That came up, and then a lot of suggestions on how to make the value of the instrument. You know, if you develop the best instrument possible, then what does that mean? I mean, how is that useful? And that's a very good point, and we had some responses on that were hopefully suffice. And that was pretty much how it went. Then some ideas on how to administer it differently and what kinds of institutions to go to next. And someone even actually offered her institution, raise your hand. So, you know, that'll be nice to go to her facility and maybe test it again. Yeah, okay. Oh, okay, well, I'd like you even more. Okay, I guess we're dating then.
Awesome, thank you, Mary. Brian, you ready?
Yes, sir. Or at least try and...
Or Martin's ready.
Summarize this.
Okay.
Yep. Okay, so in a nutshell, we focused on 2 separate kinds of aspects of the problem. One of them, you begin with a cycle where understaffing and poor scheduling of work, so which hours people work when, and I'm number 1, so the fatigue side of things and work hours. How understaffing and suboptimal scheduling cause overwork and job stress. And that has an effect on the second piece of the system, which is how tired you are today affects your resilience, your ability to cope with the demands for the job, and flex as you move from a confrontation to that you're de-escalating to another problem where somebody's getting in your face and giving you a bunch of crap to some human tragedy that makes you feel sad. That's a function of how much sleep you've had and what time of day it is in this domestic life. And so what can you do about that piece of the problem? What can you do, the third bit, on the John Violante side of it, right? The long-term health effects of not getting enough sleep because of the long work hours and shift work and all of those problems. How do you deal with that side of it? And what are the problems that come out of that? Well, you get workers who are more often injured, ill, burning out earlier, more depressed, less productive. And so what do those things do? Well, they cause more overtime, which causes this problem to spiral out of control. And so the question we addressed was, well, what can you do about that? And I'm summarizing a lot of conversation here, but basically, one of the things we can do is we can screen these corrections officers for sleep disorders. Everything I saw in Carrie's chart suggests that they'll be even worse than cops, 40% of whom have serious sleep disorders. Okay? Another piece of it is teach them what to do to manage fatigue and manage caffeine and all of these other things. Manage shift work. Translate that knowledge to their families so they can help support the officers. And so you can minimize the effect on the individual officer. That's another part of it because of the domestic side of it. Schedule the shifts appropriately. I keep hearing from every single one of the people who works in corrections among 3 states that we've had around that table today. 8-hour shifts are the norm, which sounds good from a sleep standpoint, except they often have mandatory overtime, meaning double shifts. So they're working 16 plus hours on the job, and then they've got to get home, and then they're supposed to get 8 hours of sleep, but wait a minute, there aren't that many hours in the day. And that fits with the recent results we've got from a survey a colleague of mine, Lois James, did. It looks like or corrections officers get less than 6 hours of sleep a night on average. You know, more than half of them get less than 6 hours of sleep a night, which is way on the low side of things. So we've done that part. Then you've got to start to do some things beside on the management side, scheduling the shifts, reducing the work hours, graveyards. We had a great interaction on graveyard shifts from the woman from Connecticut over here. There she's smiling. And we know from all kinds of prior research, graveyard shifts are always more dangerous, have worse impact on people's health and performance and safety on the job. So schedule in a way that minimizes that damage. Another piece that came up, most of the corrections people said, well, they'll never do anything about this, but I've heard about napping on the job. People get fired for that. Well, in the airline industry, in manufacturing, in lots of other, even in policing now more and more, they're having on-the-job napping as a way to ameliorate some of the risks and make it so it's safer to drive home at the end of a long schedule. So those are things that could be tested and used. And the last bit had to do with just the fact that management has a stake in this problem. Risk management and human capital conservation are the two primary tasks of any manager. Labor has a stake in this problem because health and safety are fundamental, are foundational for what a labor organization is about. And that means there's a common ground for making change happen. And I guess the one thing I didn't weave into this story is just a bit about giving people as much control as possible over their work hours. We have mathematical models for estimating when you should sleep or what the optimal work hours are. And there's a lot of room for sliding those things around. Labor ought, the workers ought to have a strong voice in that because what hours you work affect everything in your life. When you can have sex with your partner or anyway.
The top priority. So control at a wellness meeting with the DOC last Wednesday, the CEO said control. Hours of control was the number one priority for that. That would make them happy. Take away so many problems as control issues. So that is so key.
And that's something consistent all the way back to
Yeah.
Hans talk and every
Yeah.
bit of police stress literature
Yeah.
that we've ever had has that same control issue.
I think one of the most stressful parts of that job is the fact that you go into an 8-hour day and you are and their goal is to get out of that place as quick as possible. So they check in, their goal is to get out as quick as possible. You're turning in your keys for that 8-hour shift and they're told that they got to work another 8-hour shift. I've never heard of anything onerous and as upsetting. So you can't plan even outside of your workday for activities. So I think that's something that I agree that organizationally can be addressed. Martin, are you teed up?
So I'm going to try to cover the first two parts of the IDEA protocol, both the problem identification and some of the suggested solutions, which sometimes are iteration of the problem. But the first thing that was raised was how should we successfully measure a stress intervention? And the discussion was complex because it was recognized that there are different ways. There's the biological measures, such as cortisol. There's organizational measures. For example, the question of does the organization meet its own standards, and is that a source of organizational stress? And then there were also survey measures, largely psychosocial measures. What was recognized with the biological and the survey measures is that they have real limitations in what may be a non-questionnaire culture. And I don't think we had a solution to it other than the idea that we need to have a multifactorial approach. Another issue that was raised as a source of potential stress was that very often there are programs and guidelines in place, but they're not followed administratively. And so the question then was, how should this be documented and how can it be corrected? And we didn't really have a tool for that other than to say that it needed to be recorded. A second set of problems that was discussed, or second issue, were the issues of how do we have measures of what may be positive to reinforce and retain people and give them officers in particular something of value. And one of the first issues that was raised was about measures of family life, and the fact that we don't have necessarily the best instruments. I mean, we all have the work-family, conflict questions and WFC and so forth, but that's usually not a part of assessment. And there needs to be a better instrument and better training of how it's used. And then there was also some comment in that area about what I guess I would call administrative measures. So it was discussed that things like absenteeism may be a very poor measure in certain respects, because if people are in fact using their sick time or time not because they're sick, but because they have sick family members and they have family obligations and severe scheduling obligations, that may be a necessary intervention for mental health. And so if we were thinking about quality of life and quality of family life, we had to take a more nuanced approach to issues such as this. And then another issue that came up was really related to the physical environment. And what was pointed out was that, in fact, there was a wide variety of safety committees and health committees in many facilities, and that they worked with varying levels of quality and accountability. And in many ways, people felt there were some very good labor management priorities and directions, but they weren't necessarily assessed to follow through. So there was a quest for really a better way of both training safety committees and training them in ways that we would have things we could finally measure at the end of the process. And one suggestion was that we might have to do evaluation at multiple levels. So, for example, you could have objective evaluation, the evaluation of management, the evaluation of the workforce, and maybe a third party. We talked. The next question that came up was a pretty interesting one, which was it was commented upon uniformly that almost one common theme of this whole conference is the notion of participation in team building and the centrality of making any kind of health and cultural change from an operational level up, so to speak. And so a lot of the question was then how do we both promote and assess effective team building? And I think one of the contributing issues that was discussed is that a team means something very different depending on the nature of the facility and the institution. And in some cases, some facilities which have unit teams and periodic unit meetings, there's a natural team formation. And it was commented upon that, in many settings there isn't the natural combination of people that was the case in the fire departments. That in some cases officers are extremely isolated throughout their whole workday. And so part of the issue, and this probably is a good invitation for an assessment tool, is to try to get a handle on how organizations differ and what the best team approach may be, which could be quite organizationally specific. And the last issue that came up was one which I thought was rather interesting. And for those of you who have a work psychology background, there was an organizational question that came up, and it really was around organized labor and the resistance from labor organizations, which several people felt had gotten greater and more suspicious about any type of intervention. And there even being a culture where, in fact, there was a lot of fear of peer criticism and retribution if, in fact, individual solutions were made for differences. So there was an issue really about it was a question really that, we have instruments for assessing organizational function. They're usually directed at management and supervisors. We don't really have instruments that look at how effectively a labor organization is working and where its barriers are and where it needs to work with its membership. So I think there was a suggestion that would be an extremely useful evaluation tool to have, and probably a package of interventions.
I just wondered, could you use some of the instruments that have been used to get get it at the informal organization and those kinds of ideas to get it at later, because it's an organized and, a semi-informal structure.
It wasn't discussed, but did you have some thoughts on it, or?
No, that was my thought.
Well,
Gee,
yeah.
I wonder. No solution, sorry.
All right, thank you.
In the SHIELD study, with our fire study, work groups were pretty natural because it was going to be at the station ABC shift. So we had the groups already made. In our SHIELD study with nearly 500 officers, so half of the department signed up for the study. It was volunteer, half signed up. What we did is we went and looked at each individual person that signed up for the study. We looked at their job description. We looked at where they worked, how they worked, what they did. And we then, Adriana, my project coordinator, knows every job description of a police officer very well, because we then identified these natural work groups based on if it was 4 patrol officers and they said we need our dispatcher on the team, then we put that person on the team. We developed 100 teams before randomization. And then we randomized based on those 100 teams. Flipped a coin. One team went to intervention, one went to... So we had 50 teams of 4 to 7 people in the control group, and we had 50 teams of 4 to 7 people per team in the intervention group. But we knew and we helped match those natural work groups. So I think it does take a methodology to find natural work groups, and for those that didn't have natural work groups, they self-selected what team they wanted to be on. So that's an important part of the success in SHIELD, was that we had natural work groups, but we had to help create and identify. Charlotte, you...
All right, at my round table, we talked about work-life balance or work-family balance. Such a fuzzy concept, right? So the boundaries were quite fuzzy on that one, and we had a lot of things to talk about, a lot of personal stories to share as well, as you might think. And it overlaps a lot with things that we've already heard. So I try to kind of wrap all the things I heard around 4 different kind of angles or topics or aspects that you could target. So the first thing that came up, that also came up at other tables, was the idea of the scheduling of the shift. So we can think of it from an organizational perspective. That's an infrastructure that is set in place around what kind of shifts are there, and it seems to vary between different institutions and between different states to a certain extent. But that seems to then be kind of constraints the setup of the shifts, the understaffing, the mandatory overtime, and that of course creates problems with regard to work-life balance. I don't think I need to explain that in detail, but it is an organizational, structural kind of piece in there that we need to think of with regard to work-life balance. Another angle we can take is to focus on the supervisors and the role of the supervisors. So currently, Leslie Hammer and I are conducting a pilot study in 2 different facilities where we focus on training supervisors in family supportive behaviors, and we are measuring then CO outcomes with regard to well-being, with regard to health behaviors, with regard to work-family conflict before and then 3 months after the supervisor training, to really see if there is a change in the behaviors, in the perceptions, and the well-being. And if we find that, again, the data is coming in as we speak, so I don't have an answer to it yet, but we have high hopes. So that could be one way of looking at when creating more work-life balance through supervisor support. So we believe that supervisors are a key variables in this process, and we've seen it in other occupations, and we believe that can be the case in corrections as well. And then we've talked about, when we talk about work-life balance or work-family balance, obviously the term family is in there, meaning that the family plays a key role in creating that and supporting that. So the family can act as a support system, right? However, is it better if your spouse works in corrections as well, so they get it? Or is it better if they don't work in corrections and they allow you to create that distance? I don't have an answer to that, but it's something we need to keep in mind and consider. One of the people at my table talked about a so-called spouse academy, right? So bring the family on board and train them or teach them about what this job is about so they can understand the stressful experiences of their spouse better, or their parents, or whatever it is in terms of family, think about it in a bigger way. And the other piece is also maybe being aware of early warning signs, because what happens then, of course, if the officers are, accumulating these stressful experiences and accumulating strain and unhealthy behaviors, they might not notice, or they might not be able to get out of it themselves. So that's maybe where the family member can be like, wait, stop, you have been changing, you have been different, this is an early warning sign. So the family really as a support system. And then finally, of course, what can the officers do themselves, right? And so can we create particular trainings with regard to coping, resilience, mindfulness are all topics that are up and coming and are already also coming into corrections. There are already some trainings out there. Another way to think about it is think about this transition period between your work and your non-work life. And then when I talk about this, we shouldn't just think about work interfering with or affecting non-work, but also non-work and family life impacting your work life. So if you just had a conflict with your spouse right before you go to work and you're just really angry and you can't resolve it, but you have to go and go and get to work, you're already under a certain level of pressure. You add on the hypervigilance and you don't know what will happen, right? So that's something to keep in mind. So we wonder if there's a way to help people transition from the work to the non-work domain and the other way around. And there could be some rituals around that might sound a little silly. Some people say commuting could actually be helpful because it gives you the transition time. Just anecdotally, officers have told me about the parking lot conversations after a shift. Those could be really helpful. Another person brought up the idea of changing shoes. Don't laugh, right? So the idea of changing from one outfit into another and just giving yourself another 5-10 minutes, but like, okay, I'm leaving this behind. I'm back in my regular at-home clothes, and now I can drive home, and now I can transition to the other role. So there are different ways and different angles to take. We didn't come up with a perfect solution yet, but that's, I think, why we're all here today, because we don't just have it yet, but I think we're on the right path. Yeah, there's a question? Yeah.
Not a pattern here, but just this time I wonder about something that might be useful. Could you, sorry. Could one, is it working?
I hear you.
If this doesn't work, I'll just speak up.
Okay.
So what do you think about the possibility of using the sort of training program that Carrie and Diane and their team have developed for workers in the workplace to educate also the families? You found a difference between the firefighters and the cops because the firefighters have this other domestic setting at work.
Right.
Maybe this is a way to get that information into the home, which maybe would improve persistence over how it looks from the 6 month to the 1 year data at least.
Right. The idea of the team approach and adapting that to the family and getting the family on board. I really like that idea. I think what's tricky is whenever you kind of make them do something, right? Whenever you make it mandatory, yes, you get the people who comply with it and might be fine with it, but you also get the pushback. Why do you make me do this? Why should I open up and make myself vulnerable? Maybe there are also, supervisors around. So I think there's this tension in between. And something also that we brought up at the table was that I think our goal should be to step in soon, not when they're already dealing with PTSD, depression, and they're almost suicidal. We want to intervene really, really early, giving them protecting mechanisms rather than intervening mechanisms. So like, okay, you almost died, but you didn't. Well, that's great, right? But we're also dealing with a lot of other outcomes already, right? You already had problems with your family. There might have been already alcohol abuse or other health-related issues, right? We want to build protective mechanisms rather than stepping in later. And if you also think about it in terms of financial benefits, which Carrie brought up too, how that can help these trainings, I believe that the prevention is the way to go. Yeah.
Just a comment. I mean, these are very very interesting issues, and but I just wanted to, I'm interested in people have any thoughts about some of the limitations that come up. So, we're putting a big emphasis on new recruits, on cadets, and in fact, the department, quite on its own, has made the graduation ceremony a family day, which is a good idea, and as the research team goes to it. We've also been trying to do as part of the study a kind of 6 and 12-month follow-up where new cadets would come back, they'd come back with their mentors, the family comes, part of the certification could, for yearly certification, could actually be some health modules, physical fitness, passing the test, getting credits for it, and so forth. But we do run across the financial resources necessary to do it, and and I don't have a solution to it. I mean, the department likes the idea, many people like the idea, but then we cancel because there aren't enough funds to get covered.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, the funding comes back. Okay, thank you.
You have one more. You have one more over here.
Oh my God. Okay.
The idea of follow-up is the biggest thing.
Right.
When you're dealing
so
with
one time is not enough.
when you're
Yes.
not just the officers, but the family. When you go home injured and the kids don't know and the wife don't know, that's one of the biggest things.
Right.
And I like what you suggested about the study being used at home, because if my wife doesn't know that I need to change my diet, she fixes my food. And she doesn't know to motivate me when I get off work, it ain't going to happen.
Right.
So it's important, and the family issue is one of the biggest things that we need to tie into this.
Absolutely, I agree. Thank you, Mike.
Additional comments, our study, the Flame Shield Doc, that is now called Healthy Team Health U for OHSU employees. Also, the state of Oregon has adopted this program. They can choose their family as the team. So this program, certainly ours can be done, and quite a few are choosing their family to be the team to go through this half hour once a week at the dinner table. Second thing is, in terms of supervisory training, I think this is a big piece that our study has missed, and we are going to utilize Charlotte and Leslie's supervisory training. Charlotte's funded, Ken Anger and the Total Worker Health Center has funded, this is a pilot study funded by the Total Worker Health Center Charlotte study. So great work. Thank you to NIOSH and the Total Worker Health for funding this. But I think the supervisory training is a natural and necessary piece of our program to add to corrections. I think that would that's a necessary requirement. We've noticed a difference in sergeant, in lieutenant, in supervisor, and in the COs. There's a little mismatch there. There's some tension that I haven't seen in fire and police. Was that? Did I say something? So moving on quickly. Jeff, are you ready? That was only reinforcing the relationship over there with our CO.
Okay, at the table we were talking about ergonomic solutions in the facilities, and the one thing I found between the three states, we all have very different structures, very different ages in our facilities, very different ways of housing the inmates and how they have their recreation. But it all comes down, there were the similar issues with every one of the states when it came to the ergonomic issues. A lot of the buildings are old. Rooms were built at a time when ergonomics was not a concern, or due to lack of space, rooms that were never meant for any use have been reappropriated. So they're making do with equipment in rooms that just does not allow for any ergonomic usage of the facility. Footwear and the hard concrete floors were an issue with people complaining of back injuries, knee injuries, things of that sort, as well as chairs were a big issue. I know I should probably be getting a laugh over there from our DOC people on that one, that the chairs are either they're poor chairs that have been bought, so they're breaking
and are creating issues, or they're getting chairs that are inappropriate because of, as you showed in your study, BMIs of in the range. They're getting the very large chairs where when a normal-sized individual goes to use them, they don't fit properly in the chair. Also, they're getting chairs that do have many ergonomic features. However, the staff does not know how to adjust the lumbar support, the seat pan, things of that sort. And again, with all old buildings, you had the indoor air quality, the temperature controls that just are pretty non-existent. And I guess right now up here you're having excessively hot temperatures, which the buildings were never really built for. The systems weren't built for, so they're quite warm in there. And then we have the big overarching concern problem in that budgets. Everybody's budget is being cut. So there isn't the money to do any of the interventions. Some of the solutions that we did discuss was trying to work some ergonomic education into whatever continuing education correction officers have. There was some discussion about putting it into their cadet training, but as I learned in Connecticut, all of our Connecticut prisons and jails are all controlled by DOC. However, in Washington State, there's county jails and the prisons. Leads to, in the prison side, if a officer comes in, there's a 30% turnover in their workers. Connecticut, we have like 3% turnover. Once they come in, they stay because you're not going to a jail. There's no anybody to compete against. And the other one, at least that we need to take into account, is when we do come up and look at ergonomic issues, to be able to develop a better plan, a better business plan on why and how, if DOC did make these changes, it would actually benefit both their employees, save costs for DOC, which seems to be the biggest one, but we have to build that case. And, you know, I don't know, in Connecticut, we've been the best at being able to build that case, and hopefully we can learn some things from other people on that. And that pretty much wraps up what we had discussed. Any? Okay. No. Nope.
Talking about budget issues, the Oregon DOC, unfortunately, was it, Laura, you brought up the safety, all 14 safety officers gone. And the administrator. So who was it that talked about, huh? Yeah. Is that budget cut? Is that what that means? Cutting us off the neck. So that, you know, our safety liaison, our safety wellness officer at 14 prisons gone. So who's now assuming that? Superintendent, the assistant superintendent, who's got so much on his or her plate. So the reality, challenges. John, are you you want to share?
Thank you. I think that's a very important issue, Carrie, on who has the responsibility for that, and who does it lie in, because that's the person that's going to make the decisions on how to do it and when to do it. So I think that's a very important issue. I guess the big issue we talked about was confidentiality. Why don't correctional officers who have psychological problems and difficulties go for help? And the best answer I got was, if I go for help, I'm in big trouble, because it's going to hurt me, my career, and my associations with peers and supervisors. We thought of many ways how we could handle this. One of the things we discussed were peer support groups that were located outside of the correctional facility. And I brought up the example of the NYPD that has a program called PAPA, which is a storefront program away from the institution, from the police department, where officers can go and get counseling and support without having to go to the administration or without having to go to EAPs, whom they don't seem to trust as well. That's disturbing, but I think that's the reality of the situation. We talked about when things should start. And we agreed that inoculation for stress, trauma, suicide training should begin at the police academy level, or the corrections academy level. And that someone else mentioned the spouse academies, that I think the family needs to understand what to expect. It's not that these things will happen. You know, we can't tell people this will happen to you. We tell these people this could happen, that you will have experiences, you will have feelings of trauma, you'll have symptoms of trauma from events that happen to you within the facility. But those symptoms will go away in a normal course of time. If they don't go away in a normal course of time, then you need to go for help. Family is the best group of support that we can possibly have, I think. Our peers are second, but family is really the most important. I think they need to be educated, and we talked about that in detail. We talked about psychological debriefing. Should there be psychological debriefing after all sorts of traumatic incidents? And we agree that that's true. There should be. One of the points that I didn't bring up that I should have brought up was that there needs to be follow-up with psychological debriefing. Too many departments out there do debriefings and say goodbye, and that's not a good idea. It's good to follow up with these folks after time, maybe a few weeks, maybe a month, but it's also good to take individuals aside that look like they're going to need individual counseling. Psychological briefing doesn't do much good unless you can follow up with it. We talked about leadership training. Again, the Institute of Medicine, when we did our study on Homeland Security, the biggest issue that came up was leadership. It's not management, it's leadership. And the difference is that leadership cares about their people. And leadership needs to be educated as to what trauma is, what stress is, and what the signs of suicide are. About 85 to 90% people will give you a sign. I have heard, again from our group, I have heard that we just didn't know. We just didn't know. This guy was a happy-go-lucky, nicest guy in the world, and he went home and shot himself in the head. There's something somewhere that he either said or did that indicated that they were about to commit suicide. We need to learn about those things. And I think the training, awareness and training in Corrections Academy to address those issues. Stigma. Stigma is ingrained in our culture. It's ingrained in the corrections culture, and the police culture, and law enforcement in general. It's okay to have a heart attack, come back to work. It's not okay to have mental illness and come back to work. It's not okay to be suicidal or to have PTSD and come back to work, because you are marked. You're a marked person. You are stigmatized by your coworkers and your administration. That's the sore reality of our society. How do you fight that? We discussed that, and we don't know. We don't know how to fight that. How do you change traditional society views about suicide and mental illness? Again, education, awareness are things that come up. I know many officers who are, a few that are OCDs, a few that are bipolar, on medication, doing very well, having no problem in positions of leadership. So mental illness is not really a barrier if you learn not to stigmatize it. And we did talk about that. We talked about team training, and again, Carrie's project, of course, most successful with that. Can we better, instead of people like myself getting up here and talking about suicide till I'm blue in the face and not having it do any good, could we get small teams and talk about suicide? Is there a better divulgence of feelings within small teams? You know, and then can we apply that, and then will that help bring people out to come and get help? I thought it might. I thought it was a rather good idea that they brought up. Fatigue is an issue. And Brian knows this, that when you are tired, you cannot think straight. You cannot make good decisions. You know, it's just a matter of physiology. So people who are working 12-hour shifts, or people who are doubling back and are not feeling good about themselves, are having problems with mental wellness, are probably more at risk to commit suicide. So we have to address that issue as well. Spouse groups. One young woman talked about spouse groups, wives' spouse groups of male corrections officers. I thought that was a good idea because they can support each other. Some of the male officers didn't like that too much because their wives would find out things they didn't want them to find out about, but it was a good idea. I mean, we did actually try that once. We had a little problem with that, but we learned not to give letters to the correction officers, but to give it to the wives instead. So the letters never got home. Anyways, that sort of thing is what we talked basically. But I think in essence, mental illness is the real issue here, or mental wellness is the issue. It's part of the wellness doctrine, and that's what we need to address. To me, education is an answer to getting rid of the stigma is an answer, and educating supervisors is an answer. So that's all we talked about. Okay.
But when they finish one shift and then they come in, they have to work another one.
Mm-hmm.
Has there been any studies on the effect of chronic cortisol on suicide rates?
No.
Because if you only get 8 hours off and you're back at it again, not only do you not get time to sleep, but your body doesn't have time to excrete that excess cortisol, and then it just keeps building and building and building in your system. So I just wondered if that was a marker that you guys have looked at on any of the subjects.
Well, we did look at cortisol as a biomarker for stress, which it is, and we looked at it in association with physiological health, with cardiovascular heart disease. But there are, as far as my knowledge goes, there are receptors in the brain that will be able to detect the amount of cortisol. And the brain is essentially affected by fatigue, and cortisol is essentially dysregulated by fatigue. So your normal pattern of cortisol looks like a kind of a normal curve. It goes up and then it comes down again. When you're out of sleep and you're up all night, it may be way down here, or it may be way up here. If it's way down here and doesn't get that normal curve, it can lead to depression. Now, we haven't done anything specifically associating cortisol dysregulation with suicide, but we know that dysregulated cortisol and truncated cortisol that's way down can lead to depression. Then you have the other side of the story where you have cortisol that's way up and stays up, never goes back down, and you have hypervigilance. And we've seen that in our PTSD folks. So yeah, dysregulation of cortisol can affect you psychologically, through receptors that are in your brain. In one of our brain imaging studies, we found that police officers who were stressed out and had PTSD had trouble distinguishing between threatening situations and non-threatening situations. They couldn't tell the difference between those two types of stimuli. So you put a cop out in the road or a corrections officer who was high in PTSD, and it's hard for them to discern threatening stimuli within the area. So fatigue does that to you, and dysregulated cortisol can do that to you as well. Yep.
So I just wanted to mention that I think that, as you have mentioned, that there's a lot of research among the military. In the military, the DoD sponsors quite a bit of research that I think is very transferable to this population. And so, for example, I know that Tom Britt right now is doing research on reducing the stigma of seeking mental health support, which is going to be very important for for corrections. And also, there's also research on mental health literacy. There's quite a bit of work out in Australia. Tony LaMontagne has been studying mental health literacy, and I think that basically that's the idea, that it's teaching organizations and managers and leaders about mental health issues and how to actually understand mental health issues and support workers with mental health issues and to really have them be successful in the workplace. So I think that there's quite a bit going on that we can also draw on and then transfer over into corrections. That's going to be very, very important.
I agree. When I was a student and a grad student, we talked a lot about the classification of mental illness. And we use what's called a medical model, that mental illness is really a disease, like any other disease. Yeah, we don't treat it that way. The other side of that story was there was a fellow named Thomas Zaz who wrote a book, and he said that being mentally not well is nothing more than problems in living, the inability to function properly in society, I don't know which one of those I believe, but I'm kind of leaning towards a medical model of this. But I think if you accept heart disease, why don't you accept mental disease or mental illness? That's an interesting question.
So much of this is related to the job stress.
Sure.
Really understanding how these jobs
That are high-risk occupations are impacting the health and well-being of the workers, and it's the responsibility of the organizations to really be supportive of them and understand how to recognize suicide, how to reduce stress, how to understand PTSD. I mean, we have a huge issue with suicides among the Oregon National Guard. They're actually they had the second leading number of suicides in the country. Yeah. Again, I mean, this is part of what people are experiencing in these very traumatic, very extreme occupations, and it's the responsibility, I believe, of the organizations to really understand how to support that and help their workers be successful.
I certainly agree with that. I think the organization has a duty of care. It does.
Thanks so much, John. Yeah. So changing the culture at corrections, that's our challenge, our objective in addressing this. Even without mental illness and any problems, you have a sleep-deprived, overworked, stressed out, they're going to get depressed, and then they turn to alcohol. So the great news about the SHIELD study is we reduced heavy alcohol consumption. It was the binge drinkers, those that were drinking more than 5 in a sitting, we significantly reduced, and stress and depression went down, and sleep went up from 5.9 to 7.1 hours. So we got them sleep restored, we reduced alcohol. That's going to make a difference. So the good news is there are things we can do and that we should do. And so we have 2 speakers left, and both of them I met today for the first time. Roy, his toolbox, whatever. Look at those things over there that he have confiscated, and though they are so fascinating. So Roy, thank you for participating. Come on up and share on health and fitness of COs. Roy McGrath is, can you give just a quick, brief introduction to yourself, 18 years as a CO?
Sure. My name is Roy McGrath. I've been with the Oregon Department of Corrections for 19 years. I'm a sergeant, work at an institution in Salem that has 1,000 male inmates. And I've also worked at the Police Academy, otherwise known as DPSSD. My area of expertise is how to use force effectively, and I teach it to my staff so that they can be safe. Another area is teaching our new employees, corrections officers, in how to be healthier. We do a health and wellness component that ties into personal safety that we roll into reality-based training and ties it all together. That's how the Oregon Department of Corrections has started to change the culture for health and fitness and personal safety for the COs that we have here. Nationally, it's still a huge problem, and even here in the state. The new employees that we have only account for about 15% of our training that we do. So there's still an 85% of the employees that we don't impact until this year. For the last 7 years, we did no health and fitness training. We did no self-defense training. None. Employees have been working and doing the job, and they've been getting attacked. They've been in poor health, and they have had no support, no training, no guidance for the last 7 years. This year, they got 2 hours of self-defense and 1 hour of health and fitness. So it is a problem. So we talked about it. We've got off duty, we've got on duty. But for the COs like myself, it's the same for us. Okay? It bleeds over to the other. Our safety, our personal safety, we have to own. But the job hired us knowing that, and we come to it, they have a personal stake in it too. So we looked at it what could we do as a CO off duty for our health and our safety, and what can we do on duty? It's kind of hard. You don't want to be at the job early. You only want to be there for 8 hours, and then you want to leave. You don't want to stay and work with coworkers if you're not getting paid. And you want to get back to your safe world where you're at. It's really, really tough. There are some great programs out there. Maryland sounded like it had a great leadership program, and that leadership component sounded like that was the key, along with money and supervisor training. All of it rolled in. Sounds like they have that program, and I want to get a hold of them. So I'm going to talk to you after this. And I like those models. But if we have that employee for 8 hours, what can we do with them? Because right now they only get 2 15-minute breaks. Sometimes it takes them 10 minutes to get from one point to another. How do we help out an employee that is like me right now, wearing this outfit, has to walk 10 minutes from one point to go work out in an unconditioned facility, unair-conditioned or unheated, get sweaty in this, doesn't have time to shower, doesn't have time to change, doesn't have time to do anything other than go back because they have to go release somebody else to go work out. Now on graveyard, in a 1,000-man facility, we only have 2 people doing breaks for a total of 12 staff on a graveyard shift. And that's just so they can go heat up food because they don't have microwaves where they work. Their food is in a refrigerator because they don't have them on site. So you have to wait. Do I want to eat or do I want to work out? So really it's kind of we have to change culture. We have to look at different programs that show what is the benefit. Keen is one of those that is making a difference, showing it's a benefit. Higher production, lower costs, and all the way around. And then there was health and safety, or SAFE, doing Fitbits. We're using technology. They are to help improve and change philosophy and attitudes. 3 years is what she said is what culturally it took, but it started at the top and worked its way down. For our COs, the threat to safety is not just on the job. When you leave, 97% of the inmates that are locked up will be on the street. They're going to be serving you breakfast. They're going to be working on your brakes on your car. They're going to be pumping the gas at the coast. They're going to be serving you lunch in Ohio. And then they're going to be coming to your door to come pick up their daughter. Okay? They're the coach's husband of your soccer team that you didn't know. Okay? In March, North Carolina, an inmate used a cell phone to have the father of the prosecuting attorney kidnapped and tortured for 5 days until the FBI rescued him. We've had how many COs killed off the job, Mike, that are still being investigated last year? So our safety is not just 8 hours, but our health is directly related. The sleep, the stress, it all rolls into one another. The great thing is if we can improve one area, we'll improve many more. It'll be broadening. If we can improve our personal safety, if we can improve our health, just little bits at a time, we'll be able to benefit multiple areas. So that's kind of the thing. For our table, we were looking at incentive pay. Some places have staff come in an hour early. In civvies, they work out together and they take that team approach. And it's working for them. They have good attitudes. You ask them, so what are their attitudes like? Well, they're positive. That's what you need in such a negative environment. Okay? On the off-duty side, we have to give our families education on why they need to spend that time away. If you look at the facts, the statistics show that they are family people. They're married, they got kids, they have other lives, along with the work requirements. So where does their time go and why does it go there? Do your wife, do your kids understand why mom or dad has to be away for an hour to go to the gym. Yeah, they're going to pay me $15 to go to the gym if I go 12 times, but I'm going to miss my kid's softball game, or I got to take my wife to the doctor. We have to account for that time and make it valuable, okay? And show that it matters, that it's going to help my personal safety to save my life during a fight. When you have staff here did their personal stories at great risk, reliving it today when we were at our table, talking about they're not a CO, and they were in the middle of a fight. And how long? 15 seconds seems like an entire eternity when you're being thrown around like a rag doll and you're scared for your life. So we have to keep looking, we have to keep trying, we have to get the data so that we can get the money and change the culture. So, wow. All right.
Wow, that's powerful stuff. You can talk to Roy afterwards if you want. We have one speaker left. Clint, you? Great. You know, I don't know much about Oregon Youth Authority, and so thank you so much for coming. We had a great representation from OYA. And Clint, come on up. Could you give us a really quick intro to yourself and then your organization? And then what you talked about.
Sure. That's pretty sobering information. Of course, juvenile corrections is all rainbows and sunshine. Really, it is. My background is I've been with the Oregon Youth Authority for 26 years. Started as a line worker at McLaren Youth Correctional Facility 26 years ago, and now I'm the assistant director. I oversee all the juvenile correctional facilities in the state of Oregon, which we have 10 of. I thought it was kind of ironic. You had all these issues up here. Can you hear me? Hopefully. And problems, you know, challenges, and then you have juvenile corrections. So juvenile corrections isn't in and of itself a problem or an issue. I want to get that clear. But there's definitely days it feels that way. So what we did, really, and it kind of makes sense how our groups end up discussing things. The first group, it was completely different. Three different groups and three totally different issues. I'll get back to what our problem was, but as you'll come to find out, there wasn't a lot of problem solving going on. The first group met, and really it was an education, an exchange of information of what OYA is. We had our counterparts from Connecticut over there, and we learned quite a bit about their adult system and how the juvenile system is built into their adult system. So basically it was just an education piece. We did get to kind of explain almost what our problem was, but not quite. Yeah, I think so. The second group was not a group. Initially, we had an empty table, but we were able to talk to Carrie and kind of see where the FLAME program may fit into our system, and was very helpful and educational for me, and maybe we have a fit. I think towards the last group, we did talk about our problem in the last 10 minutes, but the first 30 minutes was discussed the dog program, and maybe a connection in our facilities. Perrin kind of has a thing for partnering with folks and networking, and I understand that we have our facilities open for analysis here, right? And we have a new dog walking program for our staff. So.
And a FLAME program for you.
Exactly. So yeah, so we didn't really educate anybody on anything, but we definitely will come. And that's very important. So just to mention what our problem is, and it's a good problem in OYA, is we're trying to shift the culture, and we've heard a lot of discussion about culture and culture change, and we're trying to really go from a correctional-based system to a skill-building and engaging type of system, and that's a very tall challenge. We have 10 different facilities, 650 employees, and our charge is to create a whole different type of environment. And so and there's details. It's a positive youth development concept and theoretical base that we're trying to employ, and we've adopted kind of our own flavor of it. And anyways, we did get some good advice. Take it really slow, right, and get the buy-in necessary, and really have consistent and resilient leadership. Don't quit, don't go away. Just keep at it. Keep fighting the good fight. So that was what I took away. I am sorry I missed the first part of the day. I know there's a lot of good information, and our HR department was around during that part, and they were pretty excited about the information they had. So
Clint, the needs of your COs. I mean, they have a little different job description. I think they're more. I mean, can you contrast?
Yeah.
Adult corrections and juvenile with your CO.
Right. I think, Department of Corrections, those folks, I don't know how they do it. I really don't. We have trouble managing 25 youth offenders on a living unit with 3 staff at a time. Wow. And I think that ratio is, with you folks, is, unbelievable, right? Right. So, but obviously we do have a different level of work. We engage a lot of skill building. It's really relationship based to make real progress with youth. I think we all know that. It's not the programs work with the kids. It's the people. And so that's where we come from. The stresses are real. The trauma is real. The incidents, the violence, all of that is very real. So we have the same type of issues. I would say to a much lesser degree, but they're real to a lot of folks. So. That's probably the biggest difference.
Yeah. Awesome. Parent.
I want to lob, for Clint, it's going to be it's going to be a softball question, but for the rest of the researchers in the room, it might challenge you a little bit. And I just want to preference it that I'm not naive about security when I ask this question. But would it contribute overall to an environment of health and wellness in the prisons and in our juvenile correctional facilities if we work at the root cause of the problem, which is the inmates and the youth who are affecting the lives, well-being, safety, health, mental health of our staff? So if we look at the root cause of the problem, maybe it's the people we're working to help, and if we change them, would that in turn change us? And I'm wondering if any research has been done on that. So Clint can certainly, he knows exactly what I'm talking about. And I get the clue. Okay. Here's your mic.
Your idea, you played in a different softball league than I did. Yeah, I think all that we really have control over is creating an environment that allows that type of change. And that's what we have the influence on. I think if we did make that change, we'd be out of business. They would. I mean, that's what we're hoping to do. But I think it's just a matter of creating that culture to allow that to happen. Yeah.
You can see the difference in the surveys that have already been done. In the surveys that have already been done between the minimums and the max. Mm-hmm. Recidivism rate, 23% in Oregon, and Royal can contest to this. 23% of the inmate population cause all the problems. The rest of the inmates want to do their time and go home. So you focus on those and congregate them. So that's where the root of the issue is that 23% that you may not be able to reach, ever. So you're just going to have to deal with them as a population and in your facilities.
This opens up that comment opens up a whole new conversation of the youth reformation system, which we're trying to engage with, that we don't have time to discuss, but it's trying to get the right youth in the right program for the right length of time, and that's hopefully targeting that and actually making progress with that group.
Also, depending on where you are, it's a revolving door. So you got inmates to come in, then you got inmates to go home, and they come back, then go home. So there's no controlling, unfortunately.
Thanks so much.
Yep.
Can I actually ask Marie, Dr. Garcia, Perrin, your question about, you're talking about the inmate, the incarcerated population. it seems to me the focus of, you said the focus of the research, Marie, that NIJ has and DOJ has really invested in has been on the inmate, the incarcerate. I mean, is that true? Have you addressed trying to correct the root cause, and you've left out the staff and or not left out, but I mean, now it's another opportunity to improve the health and safety of our CEOs, but can you address it?
It's really not something that we focus on, because I think we operate from the school of thought that it is getting the kids early, and we have a whole office at OJP, which is the Office of Juvenile Justice and Delinquency Prevention, and that's their main goal, is focusing on juveniles, and all of the work that's done on that population is not done in our office. We do partner with JJ in terms of funding research on it, but to that particular point, no, we have not. Typically with the inmates, it's programming, keeping them out, and what works to keep them out.
Right.
It's not really getting at the core issues of why are you here, why you keep persisting, why are you revolving in and out of the system, which I think is a big, in my view, of course I am not the director of NIJ, but in my view, I don't really care about those inmates that stay out. My thought is we need to get the ones that keep coming back in. We need to focus our attention on them, but we spend a lot of our time on the desisters who stay out the 20, 30 years out. To me, they're not interesting. The ones that are interesting are those men and women who keep coming in and out. So maybe understanding them a little bit more, and the kids, which again we don't do. We don't focus entirely on at NIJ.
Okay. All right. Martin, you ready to conclude? So this has been a fabulous day. Your participation, what this group, this consortium will do from here, this is really a great way to begin a new avenue and the challenge before us. So what I'd like to do is let Martin sort of give concluding remarks. Everyone will get a copy of this recording. Everyone will get everyone's email and your the day's events, and then create a master list, and you'll get that. And then Martin, if you want to give concluding remarks.
First, let me just ask, has everybody left contact information to follow up? Because we should have some sign-up lists outside, if not. And also, I know there were a number of addresses and resources that were discussed. So if people want to maybe we can make a list. And, if someone has a website or a source or something that was referred to, we can make sure that that comes back.
I think everybody who registered here, we have their contact information because we've been communicating with them through FAI now.
Just asking. When this started, of course, we didn't know who was going to come. And I think some of us had a concern that, at least from New York, Connecticut, Massachusetts, that this was going to be a Northwest event, and we'd be kind of spectators. But I'm really have not had that sense of it at all. This has really been very much a common event, even though we have different systems and some dissimilarities. I've been really struck with with really the commonality and the broader sense of overarching interests, which are truly regional and national. In some meetings, there's two things that really irritate me when someone comes to a meeting, and it's not talking too long, because I won't do that. But there's two chalk on the blackboard statements that I really can't stand. And one of this is I'm deeply humbled by everything I've heard today. The second one is, let me tell you what I've learned today. So I won't do either of those two things. What I do appreciate is I do feel quite respectful of what's been said, and I think it makes me aware of the things we do well and the things we don't do well, and the things which are really gaps and absences, and that's one of the real values of this kind of interaction. I think the other thing I wanted to say is one thing that really strikes me, and I think it struck many of us who come into this as investigators, in really coming out more of a university context or even federal agency context. And that is that, we're dealing in an environment of the harshness and the anti-humanity or non-humanity, which runs across every theme. At the same time, I think of all the working groups we work with, we see as much investment here in the sort of health of the workforce, trying to make the lives of the professional staff humane, and trying to reach out to really great personal pressures, family issues. Not that there aren't many problems, but we do see a very, I would say, a very humane phenomena in an anti-human, what may seem like a very anti-human or anti-humane environment. I sometimes wish we had the same level of cooperation in private industry, like I said this morning, which we often don't. But it's really a comment about what's here. The other thing that I really quite appreciate is, we make a big point about teamwork and participatory work, certainly at CPH-NU and all the groups here do. This has been a very good meeting from that point of view. I really feel very strongly that everyone who's come here has approached this from, I'll say, I used to hate this word, but professional point of view. People understand their work, they understand what they have to do, need to do, and they're more than willing to cross across traditional institutional barriers, be they public sector, corrections work, university. It's very easy to have natural barriers, and I think there's clearly both a respect and an interest in problem solving, which comes off very loud and clear at this meeting, which makes me feel optimistic about the future. Several things I want to say that I think also struck me. One is that I said this early on, and there was only more evidence if we think about the talks of this morning. There's been some very good work going on, and a very high level of cooperation. And although it may seem thin, I wouldn't say that's true for all fields. Often we have many people competing, and certainly in the academic realm and health promotion realm, with some real, some substance and a lot of trash. And there hasn't been any trash talk. This has been very much to the point. And what it really also says that I think small groups of the institutes, professionals in the workforce, academics, not only can work together, but quality pilots are really what's very important. We have to do the work that we do very well. It has to be convincing. We have to be able to make the arguments in the broader arena. What I find promising is that there's a work going on, as we've seen here, that I really quite appreciate and see the value. As I said, there are things that we do not do well that we've seen here today, and we can learn from them. And we do have some things we do well, which we'll be glad to distribute on. I think the other issue that came up, which was interesting today, is everyone recognized the fiscal limitations and the budgetary limitations and the concrete barriers that people run across time and time again with good ideas. And yet I've never had a sense that people were fixated or stuck on that. There was not the sense of, well, we can't do anything because the dollars just aren't there. All that's true, but there was an interest in problem solving and making the case and developing the evidence, and really at each one of our levels with results, trying to push them and have some effectiveness with it. And it does make differences when in fact we have that kind of evidence. I think the other thing I was again very struck with is something that many people have come to a conclusion on. There's an interest in starting early at the academy level and doing programs and training that begins really at the point of induction, involving experienced officers in that process, not separating out the training process from the later assignment, even though there is that real division between training and final facility assignment. And I think that's a very common sense. And I liked John Violante's comment that, which seems evident every day, that not just in corrections, everywhere, leadership cares, managers manage and say that they care. It's, in this environment, it's very clear it's what people really value. So I think the other thing that comes across very much, and I have to say, for those of us who come out of an occupational health background, who've kind of moved into the integrated total worker health background, not from a health promotion perspective, but from a workplace safety and health perspective, which is where we start out. And I realize not everyone comes to that position. It's important to us, and in some ways a kind of relief, and I won't say a pleasure, but certainly a relief, not to hear isolated discussions about health promotion, which completely divorced from all the rest of working life and everything else. That there's an innate understanding that you have to deal with individual levels, work levels, organizational levels, and they have to be done at the same time. It's not simple from an academic point of view because they have to be sorted out and studied individually for effect. But there's certainly in this room, there's been an implicit understanding of that all day. And we have not had to have the argument about health promotion and what's, is it work, is it not work, is it detracting from work, is it not detracting from work? That hasn't come up, and it's a relief not to have that debate because it's obvious to people. So I'm going to finish with that and say, again, it's been a delight being here. Appreciate all the work that went on in putting it together. You've been great hosts, and we'll all be in touch.
Again, thank you so much for everyone's participation. You made this conference. I think we're all energized and excited about what's ahead, and so thank you everyone who's traveled such distance for this and to make this just one-day seminar a highlight and what I believe is the beginning of a new direction to improve the health and safety, protect and health promotion for our corrections staff. If you could fill out this evaluation, I have pens if you need pens, and all of these are on the table. So secondly, each one has been sent a master list from Adriana already. You just sent that out, so we don't have to hear complaints about that. You've also been sent an evaluation if you choose not to fill one out now that you can electronically. So the great thing about this conference, this was a green conference. We tried to make it as paperless as possible. Everything was done electronically, at least the majority. So thank you to Adriana and Carol. Awesome job, Adriana, our organizer. Thank you for Dr. Cherniak and Dr. Mazen, for coordinating this conference along with Oregon and, again, our sponsors. So thank you so much. Have a safe trip, and we will be emailing about our next, the white paper that comes from this, the summary, and future directions. We'll make sure each one of you get an email, and look forward to your contribution of this consortium, continued involvement as we work together to improve the health and safety of COs. Thank you.